Okay, we're going to get started. My name is Donna Raftery. I'm Chair of the SLA Committee, Community Board 2, Manhattan. This is the SLA 1 meeting. Cormac Flynn, Susan Wittenberg, Carter Booth, Lois Rakoff, and Dr. Shirley Smith are on the committee and are here tonight. So I think we've gone through it, but if anyone is here from the public who would like to speak on an application, please fill out a speaker card and give it to us up here. And the process is, and anybody in the room should have signed in. So what we'll do is we will call up the applicant. The applicant will come up. Everybody needs to use the microphone. We'll come up to the microphone, present the application. They will be speaking to the committee. The committee will ask any questions and follow up. Once we're done with that, we will go to the public. If you could come up to the microphone, speak to the committee. I ask that there's no back and forth. If somebody has already said what you have to say, just be concise. Don't repeat everything. Just say you agree or not, because we definitely want to hear from you, but I don't want to hear the same thing 4 times. But I do want to know that everybody's here and everybody wanted to speak on it. Then once we're done with the public, we will go back to the applicants to address any issues, concerns that were raised. And that is it. So again, I ask that everybody, there's no back and forth, and that everybody speak respectfully. There are agendas up here. I will be taking things out of order. So that's that part. Okay. If anybody is here from 216 Lafayette, they have withdrawn the application. If anyone is here from Talon LLC at 183 Grand, they are not going to be appearing. Okay, and then for all of the lawyers that are here, due to the change in the liquor authority, that the 30-day notice can be filed with the liquor authority concurrently with the community board. We will not be accepting layovers anymore. So if you put in your 30-day notice and you want to lay it over, I'm going to ask that you withdraw the application and affirm that you will not be going to the liquor authority until you have come before a committee, and then put in the notice when you have your materials ready and are ready to appear. So the first application is going to be THNYC Restaurant 2 LLC at 264 Bowery. This is a restaurant wine application in a previously unlicensed location. $264 Bowery.
Sorry, 254 Bowery.
264 Bowery.
260.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it should have been two. Is it not? Thanks. It should have been up at the first. The agendas are not correct, I don't think. Is yours correct? Go ahead, sorry.
How's that? Beautiful. All right. Hi, everybody. Colton with Hellman and Levy. I'm here with THNYC Restaurant 2 LLC. I have the principal Sean Tang here with me. This is a restaurant wine application, like you said. The concept is going to be a Filipino restaurant and wine bar, focusing on Filipino comfort foods paired with organic and natural wines. As you said, this is at 264 Bowery. It has been vacant for quite a long time. It was previously a retail store. It was up to back in like the early 2000s. I don't think that bar ever opened. But so we're looking for 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. Daily, no outside space, square foot, 2,500 square foot 1,500 square foot ground floor, 1,000 square feet basement, no patron access in the basement. Patrons are only on the ground floor. Background level music only. As you'll see in the packet, we did tick off live DJ. This is background level only. It's not entertainment level. There are windows that can open. Those will close by 10 p.m. every day. 18 tables, 54 seats, and then there's one bar, but there's no bar stools at that bar. It's kind of operated like a service bar. That's it for now. If you have any questions, that's all I'm here for.
Okay, so the DJ was off. How many private parties? You had private parties checked off?
10 to 20 a year, I would say.
Okay. And you answered that both the windows open, right? The two large windows.
They do open, yeah.
Close them at 10, there's no outside. I'm just gonna point out that it's Prince Street, not Stanton Street. Because we're Community Board 2, on the other side, it turns into Stanton Street, I think. Prince Street doesn't go across.
Is that what you're saying? Oh, yeah. my
Right,
mistake, yeah.
so it's Prince Street in our area. And there's no patrons downstairs. So the one thing I would say is the certificate of occupancy that I found says 40 people.
I
So,
believe there was an update to upgrade to 74 operators around.
yeah, this said restaurant, but it says 40.
I'm Sean, I'm the principal. We had a ruling from our expediter, our Department of Buildings expediter. It said the memo that Department of Buildings released would qualify us to have up to 74 patrons, which is why you see 54 seats.
Okay, did you send, is that in this packet or? Can you just send that in just so I have that?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think that's it with my questions. Anybody else have anything? Cormac. Cormac, go ahead.
Just ask one question because I don't want to step on what other is doing here, but when you say background music, because it does have the opening windows and things. What's your definition of background music?
By background music, we just mean everything using the house speaker. So it's not going to be a huge sound system. It's going to be speakers in the corner of the restaurant. And then if there is a live DJ, they're not bringing their own sound equipment.
And there won't be speakers by the window, the front window or anything. And there isn't going to be a live DJ. You always said that, but there won't be speakers right by the front windows.
We can at least attest that they won't be pointing out the window. There may be a speaker by the front pointing into the restaurant, but
I mean, I'm saying, so to me, like background music, people might hear a little music because they walk by your place, but like if I had an apartment across the street, I should not be hearing your music.
Absolutely.
If I had an apartment 3 floors above you, I should not be hearing anything. You know, it's
exactly. This is music to be contained at the restaurant as a normal kind of sit down restaurant would be.
Thank you.
And again, those windows will close by 10 p.m.
All right, I'll let Carter go and see if there's anything else.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you'd spoken to the residents in the building. It's an interim multiple dwelling. The landlord has been delinquent in filing for the buildings. He has outstanding fines. It's a loft building.
Yeah, so we have been collecting signatures for the past couple of weeks. We have multiple signatures from people directly in that block. I believe, did you speak to people directly in that building or?
We made several attempts to contact the people in the building through the doorbell for each apartment. There's only 2 apartments above us that are currently potentially occupied. Our landlord did not give us any information about who lives there. So we did as far as our due diligence to try to get in touch with the 2 apartments above us. We're unfortunately unsuccessful to doing that.
So you just rang their doorbells? That was it?
That's right. We're going to
Send them anything, post anything on the door about the meetings?
There's a posting directly in front of the building. The whoever put it up for the community board, it's on the post right in front of the building.
Correct.
That says that
Our thing, yeah. But what about you filing? Did you put anything on the door for, so?
No, we did not.
No.
No.
So if the community board hadn't done anything, you haven't done anything to let the people in the building know?
Well, we as a firm know that you guys can post things.
No.
We don't.
No. This is not, we do this as a courtesy because we are concerned that it may not happen otherwise, but you know, we do all the time. We ask people to do outreach to the residents that live near there. And if you're ringing buzzers, and I mean, I wouldn't answer a buzzer if somebody's just pressing my buzzer. So
I mean,
so you would just think that you could put something on the residential doorway to let people know, you know, that there's somebody.
I mean, they also did the normal community outreach. I know you stood outside.
What is the normal community outreach?
I stood outside buildings for the last 5 days for up to 4 hours per day. So I spent about 30 hours the last 5 days, and there were 4 members of my team that did the same thing. So as you can see from the signatures in our packets, we have something upwards of 60 signatures from residents directly within a 2-block radius of the space.
Do you know how many people live in the building?
Two
Uh,
apartments.
There's 2 apartments. Right.
You weren't able to communicate with them.
Again, we went so far as emailing 5 members of the Gottlieb management team, and they did not respond to us about this request. Other than forcing away in the door and knocking on the doors directly, I'm not really sure what else. Because like you said, we could have posted, which we should have, absolutely. But spending 4 hours standing outside the door 3 days this past week, like, not really sure what else we could have done other than forcing our way into the building, which again, we are not allowed to do. Gottlieb is very sensitive about anybody approaching, including us. Everyone that enters our space has to have insurance to enter the space. So just going into the building, we're not permitted to enter the building. But
You could put something on the door, something on your door. Did you put a poster on your door saying opening a restaurant or mail?
understood, that's lesson learned for the future.
Hmm?
Understood, that's a lesson we're learning for the future. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Lois?
Yes, you can hear me?
No, sorry.
I know you mentioned, whatever. I know you mentioned it. And then you mentioned something else. Could you please clarify, yes with a DJ, no with a DJ? And if yes, what are the conditions that you will be having a DJ?
It's yes for the DJ. It's going to be very sporadic. By sporadic, we mean a couple times a year.
I thought you said no for the DJ.
So
I thought you said that the DJ has been removed from this application. So
No.
let's,
I said that we ticked off DJ. It's going to be background level DJ only.
No, you didn't say that.
Sorry if there was a miscommunication.
Yeah,
sure.
In and talk, please.
Sure. So when we say DJ, we mean background level DJ only. So they're not bringing in their own sound system. And if this is an issue, this is such a sporadic use that we're happy to remove it.
eliminate the DJ.
Perfect. Fine. Done.
Yes. Thank you.
No problem.
And the stipulations, if there are some, will say something to the effect of music will not be heard 10 feet from the building, et cetera, because with those open windows and speakers right next to them, it's going to be able to be heard. So,
Yep. No problem.
okay?
Yep.
Okay, does anybody else from the committee have anything? Cormac does.
Yeah, I just have one. I want to go back to the certificate of occupancy thing, and it may not be a big deal. I don't know. I'll find from the committee, but you're relying on the report, the written report, which I think you can provide us from your expediter, right? But there's nothing you have from the DOB or a city employee that says that it's 74, right?
I defer to the expediter. It's not an area I get involved in, but I can definitely forward you the memo we have from the expediter. that
That's
says-
helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that good? Okay,
I'll say
thank you.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, the next application is going to be 739 Broadway Restaurant Corp. doing business as the famous Cozy Soup and Burger at 739 Broadway. This is a restaurant wine license.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Hi, good, how are you? Any copies of your application?
My, the person that I hired, he submitted all the applications and all the paperwork. So I just showed up to
So I think what the office asked you to do is bring 5 printed copies with you for future because
So unfortunately, I did not bring anything.
okay,
I'm not sure if that's an issue.
we'll deal with it. Go ahead.
I'm very sorry about that.
Okay, so tell us about your application.
So we're filing for a liquor license application. We already have a liquor license. So my father and my uncle started the business in 1972. We're a staple to the community. We've been in business for 52 years. My dad and my uncle retired during COVID, and they passed on the business. So we put in an application for a new liquor license because it's a new corporation.
Okay, and your hours?
Hours are Monday through Monday through Thursday from 8 AM until 8 PM. And then Friday and Saturday is from 8 AM until 10 PM. And then Sundays is from 10 AM until 8 PM.
Okay, and those are the hours that, those aren't COVID hours, those are actually the hours.
Yes.
You want to operate,
Yes.
you operate in, okay.
Yeah. So we close at 8 o'clock, Monday through Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it's 10 PM. And then Sunday, we close at 8 PM.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's 3 TVs?
Yes,
Is the sound on the TVs?
No.
Or no, no.
so there's
Okay.
caption only.
Okay, and then, well, let me just go outside. There's no outside.
No, no,
All right, and
windows do not open. Those are
you've been working there for how long?
30 years, yeah. My father and my uncle started this.
They started it?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
so I decided to stay in the business.
Yeah.
I'm very well known to the community. And I'm just trying to keep this legacy alive.
Going. Okay, and, all right, so it used to be 24 hours.
Yes, ma'am, no more.
It's bad. All right,
Kind of things, but COVID had a huge effect on us and most of the restaurants out there.
I know. So, and then the door next to the liquor store?
That's the fire. But that's permanently, that's only it opens in case of an emergency.
Used at all.
It's not used at all.
There isn't a mezzanine. The 30-day, I think the 30-day notice is something about a mezzanine, but I don't see any
I don't think so,
mezzanine or
no.
anything in here. Okay, I think that does it for me. Does anybody from the committee have any questions? No, okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Okay, the next application is going to be Dejang doing business as Genki Omakase at 552 LaGuardia Place. This is a restaurant one at previously unlicensed location. The size.
Size is 1,005.
Okay. Yeah, just speak in the microphone. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jay Yu. I'm the representative, and Mr. Huang is the president of the corporation, and Mr. Chen is the manager. We are applying for the restaurant wine at 552 LaGuardia Place. It's between 3rd Street and Bleecker Street. And it's about 1,000 square feet restaurant, only occupying a first floor. And it's a Japanese restaurant. And also we just have a background music and no dancing, no DJ, no outdoors. The operating hours are 12 PM to 3 PM and 5 PM to 11 PM, 7 days a week.
And the 11 PM is when
Yeah,
everybody is
closing.
out, all the patrons are out. That's how we say the closing time. It's now last call. It means all the patrons are gone. Is that,
Yes.
yes, they're all, okay. So let's see, there's one bar with 16 seats and then 4 seats in the waiting area. And the food is served at the bar. And it's just the one floor. There's one patron bathroom. And there's no operable open windows? No. Okay. And I think that's it for me. Does anybody from the committee? No, Lois, go ahead.
Hi, I
Hiya.
live around the corner. I'm proud to say that I've been at your establishment when it opened and very pleased about Omakase. And I've been there maybe 4 to 5 times and the food is consistently good.
Thank you.
And I have 2 questions.
Yes.
Okay, the first question will be, and you can answer that, about your price points and your liquor license that you're asking for and how you're going to serve the liquor. Because I've always brought my own sake bottle and that's so cool. But the negative thing that I would like to say, that when I first came, everyone was very gracious. The second time I came, people were gracious, your staff. By the third and by the fourth time, the fourth time particularly, I was eating slowly. And the chef who was serving me gave me a scowl and went like that to me. And I know I had a supervisor at one time who did that to me because I wasn't moving fast enough. And then I was presented with the bill before I even got my last bite. So I had to take, my question is, why is this happening? And how are you handling the segments? I know you have different seatings. What are the timing on the seatings? And how are you going to serve the alcohol if your patrons and matrons don't finish their drinks or their food? I was basically kicked out because when I went to pay the bill, I wanted to pay cash and they wouldn't let me pay cash. So I had to get out my credit card and here we go. And I love your place and everything else is good.
Okay, so thank you for coming like 4 times, but so the question, I'm answering your question. The question is that one day people cannot finish the wine or beer in the seating hours, we're gonna move to the front. So we have 4 seats at the front. So we're gonna move the customer to the front, the waiting area to enjoy the last of the drink. The food was like, we always like, so cause the menu will be like change. Service will be sometimes like a different chef between the chef to the customers.
Okay, now that brings up the waiting room. Are you serving alcohol when people, like, I know I've sat in the little waiting room, it's exciting. And are you going to have your wait staff come and serve alcohol while we are waiting to get to the bar?
No, only the people cannot finish the bottle in the when they purchase the sitting down. So they buy a drink, they cannot finish. So we are moved to the waiting
Let's
area.
go to your price points, please. Is it in the packet and I didn't get to it? The packet of how much are your wines and your beers? It's not there? Okay, you want to talk about that, please?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, please. Talk about the prices of your liquor, of your beers and your wines and your sakes, and are you serving in little sake glasses or bottles?
So we have small bottle and a car was like 4 ounces, or I mean 6 ounces, about $6. So the bottle depend how was the bottle, because the sake price is depend how they fancy. Like some bottles like cost $20. Some bottle costs 50 bucks. So it depends
Depends
on,
on the size of the bottle.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about 500 milliliter.
What's the
Yeah.
least, what's the least, like if I just wanted to have a small,
Small cards about
Yes.
$6,
okay.
like 4 ounces.
Are you changing the prices of your food?
No,
You're still gonna have like,
yes,
what is
still
it?
same price. We're not gonna change it anymore.
Okay, it's excellent food. It's really great.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Just, let me just follow up on one thing she brought up. So people, if they have the bottle of alcohol, you're letting them take it to the waiting room that you're going to let them take it to the waiting room to finish or no?
We don't, cause when they're sitting down, cause we doing like 1 hour sitting, right?
Okay.
So like every 1 hour times slow. Cause some people like they drinking or eating slow, they cannot finish on time,
Right.
right? In 1 hour. So we move them to the waiting area to finish their food or drink.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Then you move the food there, they move from their table to,
Right,
and do you post that it's an hour, that you have an hour seating?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
because if that, I don't know how you can have people waiting to sit and waiting, and it's only I think 4 seats in the waiting area.
So sometimes.
might wanna think that.
Because we got 2 tables there, so they can, because we got like, if they don't normal see, the people just like stand up for wait for seat. Because people are not coming like 30 minutes or hour before.
Right.
So only like 5,
Right.
10 minutes waiting on there. Yeah. Yeah, we do have 2 tables right now.
Okay. It looks like there's a counter in the waiting area. Are there? Go ahead.
I just want to bring to your attention, you can't have any alcohol on your premise right now because you don't have a liquor license. BYOB is illegal. One of the stipulations that I'm going to ask you to sign is that you don't have any more BYOB until you have an issued license. So that's number 1. And number 2, the only time somebody can remove alcohol from your premises, as far as any unconsumed wine in particular, is you have to seal the bottle and put it in some sort of sealed packaging. Got it. To take it away. So those are just 2 things that should be clarity on, but that's all I have to say.
Cormac?
Yeah, 2 items. First is just a housekeeping for you, Madam Chair. The application, they said they don't know what year the building was built. According to Zola, it's 1982. I just want to ask why in this cover sheet things, you mark not applicable to 500-foot rule? Because oh, it's beer and wine. Thank you.
And is there any outside seating?
No.
There's no outside. No.
No, no.
Okay, is there anybody else have anything? Okay, thank you very
Thanks so
much.
much.
They're not here, but we're gonna call it to take your testimony. So just stay, just hang out. I'm good. Anybody who's here for 183 Grand, tell them, okay, great. They are not here. Right. They are not here, but we will take your testimony. So just hang on, okay? The next application I'm gonna hear is Yusen Inc., doing business as Sushi Cycle at 301 Elizabeth Street. This is a tavern, wine, sushi restaurant. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. This is Sam Park. I'm the representative. And
Speak a little louder or come a little closer. Thank you.
Okay, it's better. Okay, my name is Sam Park. I'm the representative. This is a Yusen INC located in the 301 Elizabeth Street.
We apply for the new beer and wine license application. We're taking over the omakase currently, and we'll continue to operate in the omakase restaurant under the new DBA name Sushi Cycle. And hour of operation will be the 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. 7 day. And we have a warm bar, 12 seat, and we're gonna play only background music and no outdoor sitting.
Okay, so it's a transfer application.
Yes, correct.
And so the only thing I'm going to say is I think they had 10 p.m. closing, so you're asking for 11 p.m. closing,
Correct.
so, okay. And that means all patrons out, you really, and.
Yes.
And you have another restaurant, I was gonna say, what is your experience, but you have,
This is my first restaurant.
that's your first restaurant, so what is your name?
The vice president?
Oh, okay, okay. Got it, okay. Okay, I think that's it for my questions. Does anybody have anything? Yeah, so we'll agree to these old stipulations that were there. I guess do it with the hours, right? I mean, that's the only difference. Otherwise, it's the same
Yeah, everything is.
operation. Okay. Full service restaurant, no lounge, no backyard, quiet music, no televisions, close all doors and windows at all times. That's it. Okay, what? Okay, good. I want to use that one.
But, okay, about reservations, are you having walk-ins or is it by reservation only?
It's pretty much reservation based. And then the seating time is gonna be like hour and a half, so customer gonna have enough time. So we pretty much we're gonna serve the order for the within 1 hour and then let the customer 30 minutes enjoy. If they wanna leave right away after eating, they can leave. If they wanna, enjoy and then they can stay another 30 minutes like that. So we have enough time for the seating time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that does it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that. Supernatural Restaurants LLC, doing business as Chloe.
Good evening.
Go right ahead. There's a knob halfway down there that you can raise the microphone if you'd like to. Lower it again.
Good evening. I am Michael Ferrari. I'm here representing Supernatural Restaurants LLC. With me is Chloe Cascarelli, who, if you recognize her, it is because she operated the restaurant by Chloe starting in 2015. So she would have appeared before you then. She was there for a few years. There was a dispute with her partner. She is now back to a similar restaurant. I'll let her go into any details. There is outdoors. There are 2 tables out front. We will close by 10 p.m. The outdoor seating.
Welcome back. Yeah.
Hi, good to see you again.
On you before, and then you were not a part of it anymore.
Nice to see you all again.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure.
Some of us weren't here in 2015, so
Yeah,
It's-
so I'm reopening. It's much of my same team of chefs and managers, an all vegan, plant-based concept, kind of like an all-day cafe concept with healthy, fresh, vibrant food. Our goal is to make delicious plant-based food accessible to as many people as possible in a warm, inviting environment. We are hoping for a beer and wine license to go with our selections.
okay, and the hours are 9 to 11?
11:30 to 9 or 10.
So,
So 11, which is, I mean, 11, that's.
yeah,
you-
so as we indicated on the application, 11 p.m. likely initially.
Oh, yeah, but,
will be
right, but you don't want to have to come back to add an hour. Okay. All right, so outside, I guess you have 2 tables and 8 seats. So, what, go ahead. I don't know. Does anybody have any issues with the inside?
How is your food going to be served? Because I remember you had to go up, order, and then sit down, and then the food would be brought to you. So is there a change in this? And if not, explain to the committee what they may not know that I know. I live like 2 blocks around.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Mhm.
great.
Yeah.
So previously we did, you stand in line, you order at the counter, and then you pick up your food yourself. But this time we're order at the counter and then your food will be brought to you.
And how are you going to check for IDs?
Upon ordering.
Okay,
Okay.
thank
So
you.
you'll have wait staff this time.
Sorry,
You'll have wait staff this time to bring the food,
to bring
not
the
to take
food.
the order, but to deliver
Correct.
the food and clear the table.
Including the wine and the beer will be brought to your table and the food will be brought to your table, but you go up to order.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Anybody else have anything? Okay, so the outside, with the new program, you're on both streets are a regional corridor, which needs a 10-foot clear path. And, I am curious, I don't know that you have a 10-foot clear path with that fire call box that's there and the 2 stanchions that are there.
Excuse me, I've
Go ahead.
only recently read the new rules, so I'm getting familiar with them, but I did see
Yeah.
Sure, but I did see the call box. Does that even operate do they?
I don't know, but it's an obstruction on, I mean.
Sure, it's fair.
I don't know whether it, but it does operate.
I was curious if that's useful, but that's to the I guess to the north of where the footprint of the cafe is. So it's
Well,
It's in-
yeah, it's right, it looks, I mean, it looks like it's right, almost in line with the table. And-
if that's the way it's drawn, it's not drawn to scale.
No, I was looking, I was looking at Google Maps, so, and that's the other thing. I don't have a diagram. I think what we're gonna start doing is asking everybody to provide us with a diagram. That is what they're gonna have to fill out for DOT, because it's.
I understand. I was concerned about it, but I also saw it looking at it on Google Street View that it appeared to be in front of the door. Is that correct to say that? And
That's
It,
And so the cafe, in order to get the 10 feet clearance, it obviously would have to be to the south of it, correct? Is that?
Yes.
So my examination of the area, just looking at on the computer, it appeared that there was room to the south of it. You would have to stop, obviously, it would have to stop. Because there likely would not be 10 feet between where the table would end and the box.
okay, so I don't, you know, do you want to remove the outside for this application and come back to us with an alteration application to add the outside. We'll have your DOT diagram. What do you want me to do? Or do you just want to say you'll close at 10 PM and you're going to conform to whatever can?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, you're gonna have to apply to the city.
Right.
And right now, we've been advised that you can't make that application unless it's an alteration application or you're approved by the city. This is obviously a little fluid here. It's also unclear how the measurements for the clear path are gonna be done, whether it's a straight line as they indicate on the Dining Out NYC site, meaning following the what's that space called along the curb?
Furnishing.
The furnishing zone, thank you. Whether it's parallel to the curb on the item that's closest in, or if it's moving, we have yet to see many of these applications, so we don't know what has
Right.
actually been approved. The city is interpreting some of this stuff, but I don't think we have an objection if it is approved by the city to closing at 10, but we don't want, you would still have to file the alteration because I don't think you can apply for it to the liquor authority unless you have the permit in place. So it's unclear to us how for new applications this is working.
I would differ in one respect in that you can apply, you can submit your application. And when they get around to reviewing it, which is taking some time, the 2-year license, we're applying for a temporary as well, but when they get around to the 2-year, they're going to then at that point ask for the permit. Either we will have it by then or we won't, in which case, if we do not, we'd have to remove it. And
Right, I think the
also-
backlog at the liquor authority is not going to be too different than the backlog with the city. It has been over 2 months since the application portal opened and we have yet to see an application. So and we have the most licensed sidewalk cafes in our community board of any community board in the city. So just put that in
Understood.
perspective.
I would just to credit to the SLA, they have a backlog committee. They actually call it the backlog committee. So that's an exciting development.
I was talking about
The city, right?
but I don't think we have a problem with the hours. It's just we don't know what they will approve. And the reason this is important is because this is an incredibly heavily congested corner where there have been issues with the placement of the tables and chairs, and the new program and the new manner in which they're designing it. Actually, this is the type of corner which alleviates significant issues with crowding, which is where the 10-foot clear path requirement comes in. And this is because of MacDougal Street, all the tourists and people walking, this is a very important corner. And so I just bring that up, that's why you see a little reluctance, but we're not opposed to the 10 PM. It's just, we don't know what.
I think an important point I would make is just we're subject to the rules and we will not be given the permit if the sidewalk doesn't warrant it.
That remains to be seen.
I mean, you know,
I was gonna say, I have no hostility at all to what you're trying to do, but the idea that the DOT is gonna enforce all the rules, I'll believe it when I see it.
no, what I mean is no, I appreciate that. What I mean is we are submitting an application and we will either get the permit or we will not based on the rules.
So I think we can discuss this more during business, but your 10 PM closing
Okay.
is, yeah, okay. Okay, great, good to
That's
see
it.
that.
Thank
Okay, bye. So we're gonna take Talum 183 Grand. If you can all just line up here who's filled out a speaker card. If you want to speak and you haven't filled out a speaker card, you can speak and just hand me a speaker card. Just for anybody who doesn't know, Talum came to us, I don't have my notes in front of me, I believe in October, they first were put in a 30-day notice. On our agenda, they laid over October, they laid over November, they showed up, the representative showed up in December. and went through the application a little bit, but the applicants could not be here. They are out of state, and we wanted to hear from the applicants. There was a lot of outdoor seating with the application. It was previously a licensed location, as you all know, but anybody else here may not know. And so they asked in December to lay over the application until February when the applicants could come. They again laid over the application in February to March. They again, we're in May, so in April, they laid over to April. They did not show up in April. In February, they filed their application with the Liquor Authority. So they have been issued, they're not open, I believe, but they've been issued a temporary license conditionally. And we have sent a letter to the Liquor Authority to let them know that they have not appeared before us. The attorney said they are looking for somebody in New York, a New York-based person, to help with the operation, and they will come to us when they have someone in New York who's going to be running this. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. And so we'd like to hear anything you have to say about this, because it would be good for us to get that input. So we can include it on anything else that we submit to the Liquor Authority. So speak into the microphone and state your name and go ahead. No, there's a.
Thank you. Hi. My name is Gibbon Chung. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, for hearing me out. I live at 179 Grand, which is on the corner of Grand and Baxter. The bar wants to open in the middle of the block, 183 Grand. There is already a bar in front of us, O'Neill's, north of Grand. There is another bar at the other end of this corner of the street, north of Grand, on Grand and Mulberry. So we were like two bars already. Now this third one. I can speak from experience on multiple occasions, obviously more so during the summer. O'Neill is an institution and it closes late. There have been many occasions on Fridays, Saturdays, 1, 2 a.m. in the morning. We're just here screaming because people come out of the bar, they see an empty street, and they just scream because they feel like it, like they own the place. And then, you know, there'll be groups of friends, they'll carouse and yell, and it's like a half hour and we can't sleep. This is a fact. It's happened. We're really concerned that this can repeat. And because their application says 2 a.m. We're assaulted by noise already. We are at the end of San Gennaro. We dread San Gennaro every year. 11 days, New York City's longest street feast. We have to suffer through that. So we just ask, we don't have to suffer through this. And, you know, I spoke about the concern about the 2 a.m. closing. We want clear sidewalks. Their application includes a sidewalk and a patio in the back. I know it's not on the agenda, but next door is Bob's Bagel. They already have seats outside and seats at the curb. I do believe they're in violation of taking up too much sidewalk. We definitely don't want another establishment making it, you know, that bad. I think that Bob's Bagel, when I walk past them, it's almost like when the tables are at the curb and outside their place. It's single file.
The table shouldn't be at the curb, and you can,
Call 311.
well, you can file a complaint actually with the 311 app if you have it for the dining out.
Thank you.
Should do that.
Thank you. So we're concerned another restaurant just takes liberties. Next block over, and this is, I guess, my point about the neighborhood. We don't want it to get to that point, but next block over is Mulberry, Grand, Ferrara, right? It's a pinch point, both sides of the street, you know. It's a pinch point. People are walking single file because of the way they set up with their outdoor seating and this and whatever not. And we just don't want it to be that way. Our block is nice and clean. Sounds selfish to keep it that way, but we want to. The building, as you know, was previously a gun shop. I have concerns about, yeah. We have concerns. I have concerns about how it would be properly renovated for a restaurant with, you know, gas, water, whatnot. As you know, on the corner of Mulberry and Grand, a wall collapsed due to illegal construction, okay? And so, and I also want to point out in their application, it goes to noise, the patio in the back. If you look on Google Maps, the patio, the back area where it's clear, it's a straight shot to PS 130. So their application says open daily, which I don't know what that means, what time, till 2 a.m. So daily, if they happen to be open and there's noise piped outside, the kids will hear it. It'll disturb and interrupt there. So, you know, their application based on the yellow sign that was posted, I don't know what it says nothing about music. So if there's anything you can, so I'm asking you, right, we don't want music piped out to the front. And if there's music piped out in the back, our building 179 has a second floor terrace. So I don't know if they're putting anything on the roof, likely not, but we don't want them climbing over and whatnot. I'm also going to speak for my neighbors on that new construction, Mulberry Grand, a condo building that is on the corner of Mulberry and Grand. We're on the opposite side, corner of Grand and Baxter. You look at Grand Mulberry on that corner, the units have an outdoor balcony. And if there's patio, backyard seating for the restaurant and music, those people that, you know, paid a lot of money for that, you know, those units with the balconies, they've just kind of lost all of that with the noise and maybe people looking up or things like that. We are also concerned with noise, 2 a.m. You know, our building is really close by. We can't sleep. We wouldn't be able to sleep. So if there's a way for you to alter the application, we would ask not 2 a.m. That's just ridiculous. And we wouldn't be able to sleep. The next thing we would ask is no music outside in the back, no music outside in the front. And if possible, you know, for my neighbors at the Grand Mulberry, maybe no seating in the backyard. They're trying to maximize profits. They don't know the impact it's going to have to our neighborhood. That's the only thing. They're trying to maximize, you know, that's their right. But we have to push back when it's, you know, it interrupts our lives. Please.
Okay, so then, who's next?
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Dr. Smith, wait, come back, Mr. Chung. Dr. Smith?
Question for me.
Okay.
Put it down if you want.
Hello? Yes.
Hi.
Hi, how many units are in your building? And you're speaking for yourself as well as the neighbors?
I have gathered, okay, there's 39 units in our building, our 179 Grand. It's 6 floors plus a penthouse. I try to gather as many.
How many units?
39.
39.
Six floors and a penthouse. Sorry, penthouse floor that has 4 units up there. Every other floor has 6 units. So did I say 39 or 34? It's my bad. I'm actually president of the board.
Okay,
Okay,
that was my question.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So hi committee, my name is Terry Hu. I also live on 179 Grand Street. And I just want to add to what you asked, 39 units in our building. I can count with my fingers. There are at least 5 families with little kids and kids in high school, middle school. And just on my floor, I live on 6th floor. There are 6 apartments and there are 3 units on my floor with elderly living there. So I guess what I'm trying to say, in addition to, I concur everything given brought up, but I just also want to add that, you know,
this particular neighborhood, it's it's a lot of families, a lot of elderly. Having an alcohol, establishment is not going to help with, exactly. And it's next to what PS 130, right?
Right.
He's trying to sleep,
Right.
for school and, so
Right. Okay, great.
that's all. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, name is June. I live on the other side, 185 Grand Street. I sit on the condo board. There are 20 units of my in my building. Anything above the second floor has 4 units, and 2 of those units have outdoor space that faces right to the backyard in this application, I believe. So 2 things that I want to speak about actually against this application is, 1, the time, like the other gentlemen have mentioned, 2 a.m. is ridiculous. What separates us from 183 is literally one very thin wall. So I believe somebody lives on the second floor of 183 Grand as well. So anything that, goes beyond a reasonable hour of operation is going to be a significant disruption to our lives. And secondly is the sidewalk / backyard issue that the other gentleman also mentioned. 181 is Boss Bagels. They already occupy a significant portion of the sidewalk. Adding this to that is just going to make everything sort of a mess. The backyard issue, I spoke about as well. So, yeah, the other thing that I wanted to add is also we already live on top of the Italian American Museum. So, they already have this retail space going that's, they've put up like a very bright neon signage and also some music during the day as well. Adding this to the other side of the building is not going to help the residents whatsoever. So, yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Thank you very much for coming. Okay, so for all of you, it would be helpful for us if you could write your comments in, so we have them on record that way, and send it to info. And you can take one of the agendas. It's info@manhattancb2.org. It's on the top of the agenda up here. And that would be really helpful for us to have. So if you can do that, that would be great, Carter.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's really important that you submit them to us so that we can submit them to the liquor authority, because the applicant hasn't appeared before us to present the application. So if you guys and any of your neighbors,
Yeah.
if you could send them in and just identify the address, 183.
Right, and like Carter just said, if you have neighbors that couldn't come tonight, other people that want to speak on this, please send us in, individual letters, that would be really helpful. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Okay. The next application is going to be let's see, D4 Hospitality, 155 Grand, also known as 161 Lafayette Street. And in the back, if you could just take the conversation outside so we can hear up here. Is there anything new in here that was not submitted to the office?
Just one rendering photograph.
Okay. Right, great, thanks.
Good evening, guys. How you doing? My name is Connor. I'm the principal of D4.
Michael,
My name is-
yeah.
Is it on? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
My name is Connor Higgins. I'm the principal of D4 Hospitality. Our application is for a full liquor license at 155 Grand, aka 161 Lafayette. which previously held a full liquor license. We are asking for hours of operation 10 to 12, Sunday through Wednesday, and 10 to 2, Thursday through Saturday. 700 square feet up and down. There's currently a certificate of occupancy for 50 people. There'll be 11 tables inside, with 33 seats. We are asking for a sidewalk cafe. There is currently a shed there that the previous guys had, which we have no interest in. So that's not something we're going to be looking for. It's on the street. It will be background music with 4 small Sonos speakers on the ceiling. We are potentially looking for 2 TVs, certainly 1, maybe 2, but that's a space issue. And that would be just to show some live stuff that will be on New York teams.
Sound?
I don't know. It's not something we'll be doing. What else have I got? That's pretty much all I have to say in the opening. We do have windows that do open,
Right.
which is pretty important for the business on that corner, I think, for what we want to do. But we are obviously willing to adhere to closing them at 10 p.m. and taking the outside inside.
Yeah.
We don't want to disturb anyone. That's not what we're looking to do.
And the music is background.
Background, yes.
Oh. And is there any? There's a basement, there's a cellar space, but there's no patron.
No, it's a storage. So 700 square feet up and down, but only the first floor is usable.
Okay.
Are you getting rid of the shed? I didn't hear you say.
So the shed was there. Sorry, the previous guys, I guess, were there through COVID, and as a result of that, they got a shed, which is there. We have no interest in using it, so that's not an application we're going to be making. What we would like to do is have a sidewalk cafe in keeping with, I'm sure you guys are familiar with Lafayette, the sidewalk cafes that run up, and they're on the raised platforms, and the planters are surrounding them to enclose them.
Yeah.
And we would.
So my question was, are you going to be getting rid of the existing shed?
I have no intention of removing it personally, but in terms of dealing with the DOT, et cetera, yes, we will be liaising to get it removed. Yes.
Arranging to get it moved.
Yeah.
Did you,
Thank you.
did you have anybody look at this? Because from our review of this, those platforms aren't legal. You have a subway gratings that are right there.
There is a subway grading, but it's to my knowledge, there is a sidewalk between the building and the grading, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but that was put in by Ed's Lobster Bar, and that's not legal to have raised.
Okay,
platforms.
that's something I
No,
can.
I'm just asking because the whole application seems to be a significant amount of seating. Just the review, I'm just asking if you had any.
Absolutely. To the best of my knowledge, what is there was allowed. If that's not the case, then that's obviously, I'm not going to fight that.
No, but I'm just asking if you'd retain anybody to look at it. Because it just doesn't appear, you know, that anything is approvable on that side, because you have to maintain clearance from the subway grates.
Okay, I can.
And
Well,
the subway grates are right up to the edge.
yeah, so I can.
I mean, and furthermore, the platform as it's currently constructed and shown in the graphs actually overhangs.
It does, yes.
Great.
Which is something that we intended to actually reconstruct, because I don't think it's safe currently, but we were using it as a guideline. No, I completely get what you're saying as well.
Okay, I just like to point out, if you do reconstruct.
It's supposed to be flush to the ground.
Correct.
Cormac, go ahead.
I mean, if you do reconstruct it, I still don't see, like, then your wait staff is having to walk on the grade.
You can't reconstruct it because there's not allowed to be flooring on the sidewalk.
Right. I didn't hear what you said, sorry.
You can't have flooring on a sidewalk cafe. You're not supposed to put anything down there. It's supposed to,
Okay.
it has to be at grade.
Gotcha. So the logic for, that's news, but the logic for us in doing this was that the entire way along Lafayette, that's the way it was. We were trying to say that we would stay in keeping with what they are doing. That's the point.
Right, and I think that's not going to be possible. Because it has to be at grade. And then you also need the 1.5 foot clearance from the subway
Okay.
grades that are there, so that puts into all of that space
Okay.
as well. So on Lafayette, I think we have a problem. Go ahead, Cormac.
Yeah, and so this is my, look, I have no hostility towards your personal thing, but this is my concern, right? Is that I don't believe you're going to be allowed to have a sidewalk cafe there. And from your materials, when you talked about, for instance, the accordion window and so forth, it sounded to me like having that cafe was a critical part of your business plan. And I'm concerned that you're not open expecting that sidewalk cafe, because if you can't have one, and I suspect that you can't, and then your business is rooted and impaired and doesn't work out, that's not good for the community, you see?
No, certainly. So I currently operate a space that is roughly the same size, actually a little bit smaller than this space in the West Village on Grove Street. I was in front of you guys last year for this actually, and so we have 2 seats outside, and the indoor space is a smaller size, and our rent is exactly the same. So I'm not actually necessarily concerned about it impacting the business to the extent that it will not be functional. Yeah, sure.
Go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll do.
Keep it up to you like that.
In all due respect, it would have been nice if you could have had a clip on all of these pages.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, it's just very hard to maneuver.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, I have 2 questions. Okay, I noticed on your application about having TVs.
Mhm.
Could you explain about those 2 TVs and how they will affect your restaurant?
So I said 2, and I think there's actually an addendum beside it saying at most, because I think the reality is it'll probably be 1. We would like to have TVs there. I have no intention, and it's the same in my other place where we have TVs. We don't have the TVs on all the time. It's not a case that we're running CNN all day or ESPN all day. That's not what they're there for. New York is, of course, a sports city, and we would like to be able to show, for instance, the Knicks are finally doing okay, which is great. We would like to be able to accommodate that sort of a thing. But we don't intend on necessarily having sound, and we certainly don't. It's not a case of, as I said, where ESPN is just tickering all day. That's not what we're doing.
Having sound, you're going to have closed captions.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, where are the TV screens
So
facing?
So there will be, the idea is currently, and we are planning to do some construction in the bar in terms of rejigging a couple of things. But the idea would be that there would be one above the bar, or to the side of the bar, I should say.
Okay,
There will be none in like,
how large is it going to be?
I haven't, that's to do with the measurements of behind the bar. I would say no bigger than 50-inch.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's an answer. And the other question is, I noticed on your application about private parties.
Yes.
Can you please talk about that?
Sure. Well, one thing we've found that's been quite helpful on Grove Street is that people come in and they really like the space. The space is similar to this one, is on the smaller side. It tends to be very good for intimate birthday parties, after wedding parties, and people ask me, was it possible to do full buyouts? It's not something that I wanted to do regularly. However, we have accommodated them from time to time. So that's what I mean when I'm talking about a private party. So if someone came to me and said on a Tuesday evening, they wanted to have a private 50th birthday party or an engagement party, would that be possible? That's the thing. So maybe they take the place for 3 or 4 hours in the evening or the day, whenever it is.
Can they bring in their own music?
No, the music will be our system always. There will never be DJs. There will never be dancing, nothing like that.
How many parties about a year?
Let's say 25.
24? Okay. Okay, so with the outside, I guess you're gonna close anything you have outside at 10.
Correct, yes.
And you'd abide by everything, so
Absolutely.
you're okay with
Happy.
the Lafayette Street not working out.
Happy with that, and as you can see from the diagram, then if we had the 2 tables on the other side, if that was allowed by yourselves, then we would, same thing, 10 p.m. done inside.
Okay, and then all the doors will close at 10 p.m.
Correct. Mhm.
Okay, and it's background music only.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think, I think that does it for me, Cormac.
And I'm correct in thinking. I think the building you're in and the one that surrounds it and the one that's on every other corner there, none of them are residential, right?
No,
Yeah, gotcha.
so above us, there's a hotel directly beside us. 5 floors of offices above, same across, and then there's a hotel across Lafayette on the other side of the street. There's very little residential immediately in our vicinity.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, is everybody okay? Is everybody done or?
I see that you operate quite a few restaurants. How many of these restaurants that you currently operate close at 2 a.m. on weekends?
One of the restaurants,
Which one, so I can kind of know the location?
my partner Dave, he operates Yardbird LLC, which is the one there, which is in the East Village.
I'm looking at it, but it seems like it's more than one, so you're just. You're O'Connor Higgins, right? Okay, you have the Corsi. So none of the others, what,
Grove Street, we operate until 1 a.m.
all the others are one, and then the one just listed is 2.
On Grove Street, it's 1 a.m. Yes, which is obviously a hugely residential street. Yes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm just concerned with the applications because it's a significant number of seats that the city's not gonna permit.
Mhm.
That are on here, and I guess that's just, to me, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 of the seats. Don't look like that they would be permissible because of that, the grading, which is, for the safety reasons, the city
Yes.
requires the clearance away from that. And I'm not sure what the measurements would be even, when you're on Grand Street, because of you need a 10-foot clearance from the
Yes.
fire hydrant. And it just seems like an important element of a smaller space that you reduce all those tables and chairs. And I just raise that because this is the only time,
Sure.
right, before moving forward, that this
So
comes up, and that's this, I know that when Ed's was there, they weren't able to make it, even though they had some neighborhood
yeah.
following, and they still weren't able to make it even though moving in the area. And so that's why I just raised that as a concern.
So to, I suppose, put your mind at ease to a certain extent, as I said, the space that we are in now is bigger than the one we have on Grove Street, has more seats internally, and the rent is the same. Also, the hours of operation, we feel for this neighborhood, it's very much it's a 10 a.m. open. There's a big lunch trade, as we mentioned. There's not a bunch of residential, but there is a lot of offices, a lot of hotels. So we definitely see there being a far greater daytime trade on Lafayette than we have on Grove Street, for instance, which is obviously hugely residential. And there are a couple of major group restaurants immediately around us that kind of sew up the lunchtime trade. So in terms of making it work as a business, already we are ahead of where we are at Grove for the same price point in a bigger space, without the outside issue coming to play. So in terms of our forecast and our plans, we wouldn't be concerned about it.
Want to just remove the outdoor from the application at this time, and then
I would like to try and keep the 2 if we can possibly do that.
I can't do this because we don't make that decision, first of all. Second of all, then I don't have plans. That what I would say is to look at this.
Yeah.
I would want to see the drawing that DOT is asking for, with the clear space they're asking for, all indicated on there and everything else, and I see none of that here.
So you're saying remove it and then come back? Yeah, that's fine. If you think that's easier.
From this application, and we'll just deal with right now, there's no
Gotcha.
outside,
Yeah.
and then you come back for an alteration application when you're ready to do that. We're not saying no outside. I
No,
like
perfect,
to see what's permitted, and then,
Okay,
and go
yeah, that
from
sounds good. We can do
does
it.
that sound okay? Okay.
So I'll get my Rachel, the expert that you dealt with, to send the plan without that on it. Do you need that sent, or are you happy just to take it away?
What I'm suggesting, and we'll see what the committee says later, is just to remove it from
Sure.
this application now. So there's no outdoor with this
Gotcha.
application. We're
Okay.
evaluating your interior application and those hours and everything.
Sounds
And
good.
then if all goes through, when you're
Goes
ready,
through
you
the
put through an alteration application to this license to add any outside seating that you
Yeah,
want to add.
sounds
Does that sound okay?
Mhm.
Okay, okay. Everybody good? Okay,
Thank you.
very good.
Appreciate your time.
I haven't called anybody yet.
Oh, my
I
apologies.
go out of order, so hang on a second.
Oh, no problem.
Oh, okay, so come on up. So. D4 hospitality, D4 hospitality, okay, great. Sorry about that, I should have done that wrong.
Hi, I'm Glyden, I'm president of the Grove Street Block Association, and I just want to put in a good word for their track record. Connor and Nick have been wonderful owners on our block. I've lived there for 50 years and I'm happier with this business than I've ever been with any business that's been in that location. I think the block, the street corner has never been cleaner. They even sent part of their crew out to help us with the spring planting to plant the wicket around the tree. So I just wanted to really put in a word. They are really good guys. It takes a lot to get me out to support restaurant and bar owners, but I really believe in these guys and I think they will do whatever it takes to stay by the rules and be good neighbors in their new neighborhood.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo that sentiment. Since even before opening.
What's your name?
Oh, sorry, I'm Joe Grommelspach.
Okay.
I'm 35 Grove Street. Since even before opening, Connor and his partner Nick have made themselves part of the neighborhood, part of the fabric of the community. They've created a place that's comfortable for anyone who wants to come in. It's like a living room away from home. I don't have a living room in my studio apartment, and so their establishment serves as that. It's more like family than a bar. And they follow every rule to the T. I've observed it almost every day for the last year that they've been open. And I know that they'll do a wonderful job if approved here, because the pride they put into their business and the pride they take in the community in which they locate, I think is unprecedented.
Thank you. It's, I had it in my notes, yeah. It's in. All right. Okay, that's it. Okay, the next application is going to be, Centel Corp at 194 Grand. Hi.
My name is and I'm the manager of the hometown hot pot. So I have been the manager almost 8 years now. So I'm going to be renewing as a manager. And actually everything going to be the same. Same staff, same management, except the owner. Even the chef is the same because he's the owner now. Thank you so much.
Is so the chef is going to, you're the chef,
Yes,
Yok Sansu?
yes.
Okay.
Miss-
And you're going to become the owner,
Yes,
right? And is this a transfer application? Are they buying the assets?
fine.
Okay. Okay, so nothing is really
No,
changing.
no.
Because I did notice the menu is the same and the name is the same and everything else. Okay, so the hours are 12 to 11, Sunday
Yes.
through Thursday, 12 to
Friday,
12.
Saturday,
Saturday.
12 to 12.
Okay, and it's background music.
Very soft.
Okay, and I'm just gonna point out the application for the liquor authority says 2 AM, 7 days a week, so that's not, that needs to,
No,
so you'll correct that.
yes,
Right before that's submitted so that it's that, okay.
yes.
And the doors stay closed at all times,
Door, window all closed.
all closed, and it's background music,
No TV. No outside seating.
no outside, no TV. Okay, does anybody from the committee have anything? No? Okay,
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
okay, the next application is going to be Great Jones Distillers at 686 Broadway, and on premise for a restaurant. So we're here before, so
Yes.
let's go through what's.
Thank you. We filed some supplemental materials that we made copies of as well, if you'd like
Okay,
to have
are these what
those.
you mailed in?
That's what we just emailed.
People may want to have them. I don't need them.
However, a footnote, the one piece that we did not include was the draft stipulations.
Right.
With our red line changes, so apologies, because
That's okay.
they were sent in.
Right, they were sent
Good.
in. Everybody on the committee has access to all of that, so.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, and I'll begin. My name is Nicholas Burton. I'm an attorney with Buckman Law Firm, and I'm here representing Great Jones Distillery. As Chair Raftery said, we were here 2 months ago. We also appeared several years ago, in 2018. So we're here tonight. There were some concerns that were voiced, and also a letter that had been issued by a group of Great Jones stakeholders. That letter was dated March 5th. That was the day of our last appearance. We received a copy of the letter on March 24th, and from that point on, we attempted to connect and reach the folks who signed that letter. We also asked to defer 1 more month so that we would have time to conduct more community outreach. I'd be happy to speak to what our community outreach looked like. I also summarized it in the letter, so I don't want to take up time. Okay, great.
Yeah, no, everybody from the committee, they'll all have access to the letter. It's in there, so yes.
Thank you. And I can reiterate, we're here before you to apply for an on-premise liquor license. The location, it's a distillery today. It has a combined craft manufacturing distillery license. There's one piece that I'd like to point out in some of the materials. In fact, with the draft stipulation, there was a reference sheet, if you will, that we attached as Exhibit C. And we had an error on the square footage. Instead of saying that it was, hold on, I have it right. So the statement had to do in the full buyout section. This is not a gigantic or massive nightclub, and there are space limitations from the exterior. It appears to be a very larger venue, however, only approximately 4,000 square feet. So it says 3,977 square feet of the overall 5,200. That number should be not 5,200, but 28,500. So significant difference in terms of the ratio between the food and beverage portion of the distillery and the overall size of the building. The other parts of the building comprise the distillery, as well as back of the house, kitchen, and other areas that are not public facing. So with that in mind, just to reiterate, we're here because we would like to come to an agreement on a set of stipulations with the committee. We did propose some changes to that draft from the last time we were here. The base of the draft was from 2018. We tried to minimize as much as possible any changes to this draft stipulation, but keeping in mind that the distillery has been operating for a couple of years. It understands much better now what the needs are to be a viable business. Having the on-premise liquor license to be able to have more selection of products for customers seems to be an essential part of any business that's going to have a hospitality function. That means while we can serve New York State products, and there are plenty of great New York State products, some people want to come in and order their favorite drink and have, Italian vermouth with it, or Campari, or other things.
Okay, so let me just go into this. So you have your distillery license. It was supposed to be a distillery with the New York products.
It is a distillery today, and it produces New York State products, and it also has the privilege to serve those on premise.
Right. So now what you're asking for is an on-premise for a restaurant. Open till 2 a.m. I just want to open
Yes.
till 2 a.m. I don't think I wrote down how many private events, but it was a lot of private events, 52 or so private. Let me go through my whole spiel. 52 private events. A year when you have the private events, the entire space is open till 2 a.m. You have a late night menu. You currently close at midnight, I believe. So you want private parties in conjunction with televised events, which is not, I mean, we had stipulations that were agreed to pretty much, and then the community was against all of that. And then you went for the distillery license.
So we, just to clarify and put this in writing, the stipulations back in 2018, we thought we had an agreement with this committee, and those went to the full board, and to our surprise, they were declined by the full board. So after that, we had spent a fair amount of time doing outreach, and then we went to the liquor board.
So I was not on the committee at that time, but I saw all the emails back and forth, and it looked like a lot of people, volunteers, spent a lot of time on that. So, but it seems like also the community did not agree with the full board, did not agree, and the community didn't agree.
I'm not sure what else we could have done at that time.
Just saying, go.
I just want to say, you did have an agreement with the community. Yeah. We were surprised as well that the full board didn't. Okay, so I just.
Okay, so what we heard last time you were here was that the community has not changed how they feel about this. And you are asking for not the 12 o'clock that you asked for them, but now you're asking for the 2 o'clock. So now I'm just going to go through some of the other changes that I see that are different from what was in the agreement before that the community did not agree to, just to put them out there. So
May I
yes,
just
you
on
may.
that
Go
point,
ahead.
so we don't lose the train of thought? That's why we delayed our filing now, because when we were here 2 months ago, you said there were hundreds of people who objected and opposed. We've received one letter
Let me just
2 weeks later, and we reached out.
If I could just please finish.
Okay.
What I'm gonna say, maybe it will become clearer to you. So what they said was they were opposed to it as they were back then. And what I'm seeing in front of me now is not just what they were opposed to back then, but essentially the same thing you came here for 2 months ago. There's very little that's different. And as I said 2 months ago, some of these things to me are would raise the concern. So we want private parties with televised events, whereas before that was not going to happen. And you want live acoustic music at any time. And you want dancing, DJs, live non-acoustic music at private parties, and you want patrons to bring their drinks from area to area. Now, you're saying that that is just when you have a private, you know, your explanation is for private parties, but you're not asking for that just at private parties, you're asking for that at any time. And then you want pre-advertised ticket fees and you want to be able to transfer this license to someone instead of put it in if you leave. In addition to that, I'm going to say that what seems, I'm speaking personally for myself, what is interesting about this is that it's a distillery with New York products and all of that. And so with your on-premise, with the public interest, you're getting rid of, in my opinion, what would actually make this be, you know, it's in the public interest would be something unique with New York products and everything else. And you're kind of throwing that out the door.
No, that's
You are
not
throwing
true.
that out the-
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt.
You're
That's
interrupting me. Could I finish?
That's incorrect
I'm not being
characterization.
interrupted.
Okay, but
So
that's
you're
incorrect.
welcome to speak when I'm done speaking, but you're not
It's
interrupting.
not fair to put something on the record that's completely focused on New York State products.
You can rebuttal me when I'm done speaking, but
When are you giving me the opportunity to, you're saying?
when I'm done speaking, you'll get the opportunity.
For the record, I disagree with that statement.
I just said you'll be able to disagree with it when I'm done. So with the on-premise license, you can serve any kind of alcohol you want. You are, your main company is a major distributor of all types of alcohol made every place else. So with your distillery license, you can't do that. You have to serve products from New York State. So now if you want to rebuttal me on this, go right ahead.
Yes, absolutely. There are a lot of points to make. Our focus and flagship brand is Great Jones Distillery. That will always be the focus of this project. The distillery, which is a huge investment, by the way, that's the bigger investment for revamping this dormant building. That was absolutely an attraction for unwanted riffraff, if you will, late at night. We created a space to showcase New York State products, and we will continue to do that. I began to say that the reason why we need the on-premise liquor license, and I didn't get a chance to finish, by the way, was that people come in and they ask for certain drinks. We cannot provide Campari from Italy or cognac from France because those are things that can't be made in New York State. There has to be a selection so people can get the things that they want. We've said repeatedly, we do not plan to change our method of operation aside from the hours. But because after our community outreach, which by the way, this company spent a lot of time and money to try to reach all the people that you're saying that continue to oppose us, no one responded. Not a single courtesy of an RSVP to our invitations. We hand delivered. We put by mail. I sent you copies. We tried I wrote you several times to tell us who to contact. You did not help us at all. You gave us a letter 2 weeks after March 5th that had 10 names on it with their addresses. This is my chance to rebut. I'm sorry. This is my chance to rebut, correct? Okay, but it's lopsided.
Okay, there's a couple of things. Can you explain to us how the tied house rule fits into this application?
I'd be happy to. At the time, Governor Cuomo was a big advocate for promoting New York State wine and tourism. He helped promote exceptions to the tied house rules so that if you're a manufacturer, you could have privileges to sell at retail. In addition, Section 61 of the ABC law was amended to add the privilege of getting an on-premise license. You had to follow the process of applying for that on-premise license, but it could be used at your craft manufacturing location. Breweries have the same privilege, cideries, meaderies, wineries, and distilleries.
And
So there is a tight house conflict because the state legislature created an exception.
And then second, I just want to read from another distiller. Third, there are suitable spirits made in New York that meet every cocktail need, as seen in the creativity from other barn distillery tasting rooms. And this is from the owner of Kings County Distillery. He says, at my own Kings County Distillery in Brooklyn, we make margaritas with a grapefruit jalapeno spirit from New York grown organic corn, a fine substitute for tequila in our own tasting room under our own firm license. If Great Jones is eager to sell more variety in spirits, I can point them to a cornucopia of New York State spirits that are far superior to Cuervo, Strahans, and Bushmills. And they'll be supporting New York's burgeoning craft spirits industry at the same time, working with the community rather than against it. There's opposition to this on many different levels. And the residents didn't want to talk to you because it's even more than last time. And you have complete freedom at this point to operate in any manner which you want. This is simply an expansion so that you can be anything.
I must apologize. I'm not a person who interrupts, but I am a person who does believe that the truth should be on the record.
Nobody's stopping you from doing that.
Okay. So it is, we did not hear from Brooklyn Distillery or the letter that you're talking about. It would have been a courtesy, I think, to share that with us. It would have been a courtesy for you to have shared the letter that we requested on March 11th that came up in the last meeting from the group of Great Jones stakeholders who, by the way, live over a block away across Lafayette, who said they like our premises, who at the last minute came up and said, well, we were not in favor of the hours. Well, let me just fast forward because I think it's better to be constructive and try to look at the stipulations to see if we can come to arrangement because, thank you, I'll just finish my point, because we've already made some concessions. In those stipulations, we said Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 12 a.m. Is that something that you would consider?
I'm not discussing stipulations. I'm not going through here and spending my time and this committee's time going through stipulations on all of this as you've redlined and sent in to us when nobody has agreed to any of this. I mean, look, what you're presenting us with is an application that I think should be evaluated as an on-premise license for somebody coming in with 2 o'clock in the morning, with tour buses coming in, with 250 people going all over a place, and you're a distillery also. I mean, that's what you want. You're not keeping your distillery license. Right now, you can do all of this with New York State products.
But have we?
If somebody wants a Campari, they can go to one of the other wonderful restaurants that are around there and get their Campari. They're coming to you primarily because you're a distillery making your, as you said, your main product is your Great Jones products.
It is our main product.
And if that's your main product, if somebody wants a drink after they've done the tour bus and everything else.
There are no
they
tour
can go
buses.
and
I'm sorry.
Again.
But it's incorrect.
Right,
You
then
keep
when
saying that.
when you get your tour.
You want to work with
Would
us?
you
No,
stop interrupting me.
I'm sorry, but this is unreasonable.
Right, you know what, I'm just telling you right now, I'm asking you to just try to stop interrupting me. I'm not stopping you from speaking, but I really don't not want to be talked over and interrupted constantly. If they're not tour buses, they are tours. You're selling tickets for some people to come in, groups of people to come in and tour your distillery, sometimes even your restaurant. Last time we were here in 2018, you agreed to service of the restaurant, stopping at hour, closing at 12. Now you're agreeing to stopping the restaurant at 11. You added a hamburger onto your light bites menu so people can stay in your big premises until 2 o'clock in the morning. So, you know, that's how I'm looking at this is a big premises with 250 people with a restaurant that closes at 11, that stays open with snacks until 2 o'clock, competing with everybody else. And then you're a distillery as well. And nobody wanted that till 12 o'clock. And now you're doing it until 2 o'clock, having drinks, being able to be carried all over the place, having it closed out for the entire place 52 times a year. And I mean, you're asking for more than what was there in 2018 when nobody wanted what you were presenting in 2018. And the concessions that you're saying, you know, you're making on here are we're closing at midnight on the days that you still are, so that's the concession when, you know,
I'm not sure they can.
we can hear.
I couldn't hear you.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure it's on the record because this is
Everything
important.
is on the
Yeah.
record. You do not have to worry about everything
okay.
being on the
Okay.
record. It's, you know, we're,
May I respond to some of these things or you're not done?
yeah, I mean, the significant part of your budget is private corporate events. So, you know, 90% of the full buyouts are corporate events. So, you know, this is a big corporate event space. So I don't know then, I mean,
May I have a couple of questions for you? May I ask what your opposition is to a corporate event space or in general? I thought your concern had to be with the college parties and the Bardo meals and people screaming at night. That is not what we are, and we're not a tour bus. Have you seen a tour bus come to our space?
I don't hang out in front of your space.
So, you know what? We invited you all to come and just to look at it. We opened our doors to you and you didn't come. You said, no, we wouldn't come. You would understand what the space is like.
Also didn't listen to what our standing recommendation from this community board is that was voted
What was
on
that?
by the full board. We shared it with you in 2019.
Again, we've said several times over that we've been in business now for a couple of years. We know what we need to remain as a viable concern. We need to be able to meet our consumers' demands. And that is, you cannot get Campari from New York. Campari is a competing brand. Do I think the folks at Proximo want to serve some other suppliers' brands? No, but they will, because that's what the consumers want. The second piece is, this is not about changing our method of operation. We have told you our primary focus is on our brand, Great Jones Distillery. If you were to have come to see the distillery, you would see how beautiful it is. It is like walking into another time and space. It has a very unique 20s motif to it. There are 4 separate spaces. These are not large party rooms. They're actually very intimate. Most people, for example, if you're concerned about bars on the street on Grand Street, I agree with you. But why you should be so concerned about this when neighbors have actually said, we like it. We gave you a letter of support. We produced that. There's another copy there. The person who lives right next door says, we're in favor of 2 a.m. We're in favor of the on-premise liquor license, because sometimes people do need to have more selection. Why you would hold that against us, I don't understand.
You said you're not changing your method of operation. Your method of operation is closing before midnight, right?
We said with the exception, and I said this several times, especially when we came back, we understand we need to stay open later to be able to accommodate our patrons. We have events. Do we expect to have many full buyouts? I don't know, but you just didn't blink when someone said they'd have 25. We're just talking about 52 at a space that has several different stories. And it's to understand this, it's like you have to see it. And it's so unfortunate that you didn't see it.
I've been there and I've seen it.
And what's your impression? It's a beautiful space, is it not?
As I said, you know, I think that the board's a position on this. It's clearly outlined in the board's resolution.
Okay.
What is that? Having a beautiful space or not doesn't have to do with operating a full scale event across all the venues there, which is what you seem to be concerned about. So operating all of them at the same time on a large scale event, that is the concern. It's laid out from the very beginning.
About maximum of 100, 200 people. It's not like everyone's going to walk out at the same time and create. These are people who are coming for a sophisticated experience. It's not a tour bus situation. There have not ever been any tour buses. We will stipulate no tour buses. We have not increased the traffic on Broadway. We have not had any complaints about noise. We have all the newest soundproofing. We've gone over these things, but yet you still find it problematic. And you keep saying there are people who oppose us. We tried to reach those people. You didn't help us to do that. But we put out notices. We went to every building on our block. that has residential facing. We spoke to doormen, we sent emails, we
We're at the
contacted the, no, I'm
tonight.
sorry, I'm not finished.
We're
I
at the
apologize. I
tonight.
have to say this. We tried to reach the neighborhood block association or neighborhood association, which apparently is defunct because we didn't hear back from them. You can't put us at a disadvantage to say that no one contacted us because they're more opposed. That's completely
What's the
opposite of how this
presumption here?
process works.
What's the presumption on the issuance of a license that's subject to the 500-foot rule?
There have to be 3 or more on-premise liquor licenses within a 500-foot radius.
Right, and what's the presumption? The license will not be issued. Unless, that's how it.
This is for the liquor authority to determine what's in the public advantage and convenience.
Well, that's what we're commenting on, correct?
Excuse me?
I mean, this is why nobody wants to engage with you, frankly, and that's the feedback that I got from the neighbors is they went through
didn't
this
get that
100 times in 2019, back and forth with Capolino, with Brooke, with your representatives, and they went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And they saw nothing, and that's what they expressed to us in a letter, different here, then their concerns at that time were not reflected in any of the materials that were presented. And frankly, they weren't interested in engaging on this because everything they saw was against all the issues that were raised then. And if anything, the recommendations that should the liquor authority over the objections of the community board issue the license, it outlined quite a bit of stipulations within that. And they said, if that's the case, we would be comfortable with that.
Thank you for your input. However, we are several years down the road from that. Right? We've been operating and we've demonstrated we're not the circus that Zella thought we would be. We're not the tour bus or attraction. We are a sophisticated high-end operation. And furthermore, we are here today directly in front of you. We don't have Brooke. We are here today. We've attempted to do community outreach to the extent possible. Right, you gave us some breadcrumbs and we followed those breadcrumbs and then we went beyond that. And we still don't know who these people are that you're talking about.
I'm sorry, you've been in the neighborhood at this point for how many years? Who are your neighbors and who are the people that are around that you're engaged with, that live in all the buildings, that patronize the establishment?
Yeah, so
on a regular basis?
Mark Letter, 1 Grade Jones, top 3 floors, 8 residents there. Their board has fully voted, signed off on all of our operating hours. 6-8.
But that agreement, which you've never shared with us in its complete form, by the way, it was a different agreement. And that was started early on before one of the buildings was even built. And there was anybody living there. And that was primarily engaged with the manufacturing process and point that was occurring at the premises, not in what we're talking about, because most of those conversations at that time centered around the Great Jones alleyway. Am I incorrect in that?
In 2018, you would not be. Today, you would be incorrect because we have gotten both boards approval, as in every tenant of both buildings that are directly affected by our operations have both signed off and agreed. And they have now said, we are good, 2 a.m. full offering. When you talk about Kings County, I assume we're talking about Colin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You spoke at our last time too.
Do you know who Colin's 2 biggest investors are? K-Swiss and 7 Rooms. Hudson Whiskey. Do you know who owns Hudson Whiskey? Wayne Grow, 6th biggest supplier of liquor in the world. And you know why they own them? Is they don't go to defunct. 1,200 distilleries opened up in New York in the last 10 years. They've all failed because you need a big backer to actually make it accomplish and be statistically feasible. I don't really think that we've done anything wrong in the last few years. We came to you guys. I would love an agreement with you right now. I have nothing against Colin. My family is Colin's biggest distributor across the entire US. I love Kings County. What we're asking you to do is sell champagne, sell tequila, not in our gift store, just in our bars and restaurants to expand our offering. And we already serve liquor.
So from what you're saying, it sounds like New York State products need a lot of support. And that was the intent of this license,
Yeah,
correct?
And
So are you selling anybody else any other products? Are you supporting any other cross-pollination of any other ideas?
Absolutely. Yeah, our full bar program is New York State spirits. If you come and I can't offer you anything, look at our menu. Everything is 100% New York State. We're supporting local farmers. We have 500 local farming families.
Right.
Ask how many farming families he
But
supports.
that's our point of what we're bringing up. Why not continue it? And
On premise. We are continuing it. That's
no, you're
exactly-
expanding your, and, okay.
Yeah. Nowhere.
Look, we appreciate your time. We're not
Does
sure.
anybody else from the committee have anything to say? I know he's standing there, but I wanted to see if anybody else from the committee had anything for him first. Yes, go ahead.
We think that having a discussion about the stipulations benefits all of us.
Okay, so
Because we
what about
do
the hours of 12 o'clock,
the hours of,
7 days a week, 12 o'clock.
we are discussing the ability to be
I'm not
viable.
discussing, I'm throwing something out
From our
your answer to that.
From our perspective, that's just not going to work
Okay.
for us.
That's fine. Okay,
Yeah.
what about that the drinks are not carried from one place to another? Let me just finish what I'm saying.
I was on the last point, sorry.
What about not taking the drinks from one place to another unless you're having a private party?
So the purpose that we explained last time and what we put in the stipulations is that it was not to loiter or to hang out in the spaces in between. It was to go, let's say, from the second floor bar to have a drink before your reservation in the dining room downstairs. You would take your drink, you walk down just like you'd walk from the front of the room.
Okay, so let me ask you a question about that. Do you not have wait staff that comes to get the people to tell them that their reservation is done? Look, let me finish. Who can bring that drink with them down to the restaurant when they're waiting in the waiting area, the bar area, wherever it is?
We do have wait staff, but you know how people are. It's next to impossible to say we're going to do that all the time.
It's never been impossible. in any
What we
restaurant I've
did
been in.
say, what we did say is that we wouldn't allow people to loiter in those spaces. So
Let me just-
let Andrew will speak to that.
So if we were to agree to that stipulation right now,
No,
would that
no,
change
I'm
anything?
not saying anything. I'm just trying to go through, as you are turning around and saying, you know, this, that, and the other thing. I just want to see if there's anything on here, because all of these things were raised last time you were here, and there's very little different in this, except for hearing the same
This is a
reasoning
conversation.
that, no, I'm not sitting here for 3 hours having a conversation. Okay, you were supposed to come to us with what's different. You came to us with what's different. I don't see much in here that's different. But I'm just trying to understand, because last time when you said that you needed to be able to have some private parties, and the private parties would be in the small rooms, and that, you know, could you have the 2 rooms that are open till 2 o'clock? You said no, because people might have to go everywhere. So I'm just trying to be very clear here on what exactly it is that you need.
And we would like to be clear with you about that, because I think that
Succinct, please.
I think that moves us forward. I will note, though, however, after March 5th, on March 11th, I asked for you to engage in a discussion about these things. And I'm sorry, you're interrupting me. And with all due respect, ma'am, it's not fair. It's just not fair. What I'm saying is that I asked you to engage in a discussion like we did in 2018 outside of these meetings, and your answer was you can only discuss the stipulations at the meeting. And I have that in writing from you.
I'm not questioning that. I should be discussing this in a meeting, because me having a private back and forth with you without this committee sitting here is 100%. Let me.
Why are we spending our time doing this when we can talk
We talked
about the
I'm asking you a
stipulations?
specific question, and I want an answer for it. Drinks, you just answered that one. The people need to be able to take their drinks. I don't care about the loitering. The succinct answer is no, wait staff cannot take drinks. People need to be able to take their drinks from the bar to the restaurant. That's your answer on that one.
That is our answer, yes.
Okay,
And
fine, great.
what is new
No.
was we
That's
put in
your
the
answer.
loitering to help
I don't.
fight a later concern.
About the taking the
We
drinks.
didn't know what your concern was there. I think your concern is that you believe that it's going to become a party house.
Of the recommendations that the board made in, it was 2018, it was January 2018, my mistake. Of those recommendations, there were 30 of those which addressed most of these issues. What is it that doesn't work for you? And that's that in some respects, outline what the issues are. And one of them is that, obviously you want to sell more liquor. The other is the hours of operation. The other concern is operating where you have a full buyout of the whole space. That was a concern. I mean, these are all laid out in fairly reasonable terms, I think, in that it's not completely outlandish, but what we're talking about in many of these respects these are fairly large, huge space events that do have impacts.
These are not huge space events. I disagree. If you look at this, look at the occupancy and the square footage, you're talking about 30, 40, maybe 100 people most at the restaurant. It is not a large space. It is not a massive
We're talking about,
space.
we're talking about full buyout of the whole space.
Again, these are 4 separate areas within the building that have very intimate settings. It's not a party.
It's all 4 places at once.
What is the concern about a full buyout? I'm sorry? Is it in 250? So if 250 people, they're not all going to leave at the same time, and they're not all from NYU. They're not it's not a college party scene. We're not sure what the concern of 250 people would be.
Is there any zero box, Bleecker, Lafayette, all of them have higher occupancies than us? I'm just out of curiosity. There is. It's not a concern. Got it. All supported.
Yeah, but we're a lot different than those operations.
I do think it's my choice.
My only concern was there any concern out of Bleecker Street Bar, Lafayette, Zero Bond, all of which higher capacities? The new location?
No, but that was a removal application.
Okay,
Okay. Yep. Zero Bond is a private members club. Mr. Sartiano used to be a member of this board. We've had plenty of discussions. He's well aware of the issues there.
Okay.
And I think he contends with them on his neighbors, and everybody communicates with him regularly. I can tell you that for sure. If I text Scott, he will text me back in 3 minutes without fail.
Do we have that same concern? Have we had issues that?
I don't know, but what I do know is that Scott also has operated another business in our community for 25 years before that, or I rephrase that. He has operated over that period.
Text Scott who Mark Letter is, and if he's aware of him and that his support would mean something, because Mark is one of his biggest.
Okay, but it's not about that. We're talking about the impacts here.
Yeah, I just, on that, by the way, I do know, I remember the wars over Zero Bond quite a bit, and there was quite a bit of concern about full buyouts and people coming out in big numbers. I can't speak for the committee on Bleecker Bar, but I was against it, so whatever. That what I was going to speak. Oh, yeah, I was going to explain that the concern is, right? The concern, what she's saying is if there's a full buyout of the entire space, it's a party, it ends at a given time, 250 people come out waiting for their Ubers, that's right. I'm just saying that's the concern that she's expressing for you to speak to, right? What happens at other places, just my free advice, isn't speaking to the point. She wants to know what that impact would be, how you would manage that impact, that sort of thing. Thank you.
Do I let my director of operations discuss how our events actually work and function?
No.
Give me an example or two.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andrew. I'm the Director of Hospitality at Great Jones. So the majority of our private events, even in particular the full buyouts, again, like Nick was expressing, are not big parties. We've done several where we utilize or take advantage of all of our spaces as best we can. We'll do, dinner in the restaurant, and a lot of corporate groups want to have an activity. So then we'll bring them up to the distillery for a tour of the distillery, maybe jazz music playing up on the third floor for the folks that want to take a moment to sit and relax, and then maybe some specialty cocktails down in the speakeasy. So people have the ability to move through the space from time to time. But it's really not a big wild party. It's really just showcasing what we do as a hospitality outlet and creating a unique event that's kind of unlike anything anywhere else in the neighborhood, or hopefully maybe even anywhere else in New York.
Thank you for that. Let me just ask some clarifying questions. So will the proposed change in the kinds of things you can offer that will now include foreign products and certain liqueurs that you cannot make in New York, do you not anticipate that this might change the some of the clientele and the kinds of parties that you might host and therefore the tenor of them?
No, I don't, because the space in itself and what we offer will still be an elevated experience. We're still a distillery. Our primary focus is Great Jones and the whiskey, and the events are unique because we have the opportunity to showcase that and share that with folks. All we're looking to do is, it's a corporate event. Maybe you and I are going, we love whiskey, but our colleague only drinks champagne. Our colleague won't have a beverage to enjoy during the event. That's all we'd like to do.
And then could you speak though to the difference, like as you were discussing the current events though, I mean, they'll end and people will be out by midnight. Can you speak to the difference in the impact, thinking about residents around that area and other businesses around that area of it being pushed back 2 hours into the night? Again, what we're currently discussing 7 days a week, right? So potentially,
2 a.m. would be, but we're speaking, I'm sorry, private events specifically, or
I was speaking times events, yeah.
Okay.
So you could have like a private event on a Monday night or Tuesday night or something, especially around the holidays or something. So can you speak to the impact of that might have on the street and what could be done to mitigate that?
Sure. Well, I think first thing to note, whenever we have these events, folks tend to, file out in increments. If it is a full buyout utilizing all of these spaces, everyone is not leaving all at once. Think a corporate event. I don't know. Some people have a couple of drinks and then they leave, right? So it's not everyone leaving at the same time. We've never had an issue with loud noise, people being disruptive when they leave. Again, this is an elevated experience. We're not looking for people to come and drink in excess. We're looking for people to have a good time, to connect, to enjoy the hospitality that we try and share with them, with one another. And separate from that, I think as far as the events go and say 2 a.m., the main reason we'd look for something like that, say you have a corporate team that wants to do a New Year's Eve event. Right now, we would have to say, I'm sorry, we'd be glad to host you for New Year's Eve, but you have to be out before the ball drops. So that's all we're looking to do.
We regularly waive that for places for holidays.
Go ahead, Connor, keep going.
Yeah, so then if I may shift from that for just a moment, make sure it hasn't gone right out of my head now. It has, it'll come back to me. I'll let somebody else go.
Susan gonna go ahead? No, okay, no.
I know what I was, let me ask it this way, all right? Now, I understand, maybe I don't, like to pretend they do, the intention you're making. And this debate that happened before about what should be being considered. So just as a thought experiment for a minute, right? So imagine, right, we're considering this as just forget about what you've been before, as a brand new like full liquor license, as it were, for this many people, like imagine you only had a beer and wine before, something, right? To 2 a.m. on that block, like explain to me what's the public interest in adding that to the block, to the 2 a.m., those extra 2 hours? Like, I understand your interest. What's the, from our standpoint, it's like, how's it good for the neighborhood, for our business mix on the block and the other, restaurants and bars on the block?
Well, I think it goes back to the fact that we're offering an elevated experience. And if there are other bars that are offering more of your traditional drinking your face off experience that's open until 2 a.m., hopefully we can offer and bring in a more elevated clientele into the neighborhood who's going to, folks that do want to have a drink a little late, maybe that are interested in a bar that's open till 2 a.m., but that hopefully are a better crowd in the neighborhood. And again, I know you said, I assume it was new, but I think we've proven ourselves over the last few years that we do have an elevated clientele who's respectful to the neighborhood.
I don't want to rehearse those arguments because we'll just go down a path again. So
I'll just add, there is food available for folks to come. The burger, we've said before, it's quite good. So it's not just throw a patty on the bun. I mean, there is good food. There are apps, there are entrees, and there are desserts all the way through closing. So it's not just.
And speak to me about that for a minute, because I do remember from your materials and things is that there is a point where the menu changes, right?
Yes, so in order to keep the full kitchen running, that's a lot of people, that's a lot of staff. Obviously, there's some attrition over time at night. So people, there's just less need to keep so many people on staff. So they shift to a late night menu. But again, it's substantial. There's salad, there's burger, there are at least 2 apps. Andrew?
Yeah.
That closing of the restaurant also shuts down the biggest venue throughout the space. So the most seats that we have closes early. So the tasting bar is 30 something seats. So the main restaurant closing at the time it does eliminates half the people during.
How many seats is the main restaurant? Just I don't remember.
Yeah.
From
We're what? 60.
Number of seats in the main restaurant
Yeah.
are 74.
It's not what it said on.
Actually, dining seats 54. And then there's a chef counter and bar seats. But again, that space would close.
That's what I'm getting at,
Other
right?
spaces that would be open are much smaller. There's the tasting room only accommodates 42 people, 12 bar seats, 16 dining seats, 14 standing. It's really quite small.
It's okay. I don't need to know the number of all of them. So just
Same in the.
of the sort of overall number, you basically at midnight you're subtracting 74 or something like that, and you're closing that space. So they'll still be able to take their alcohol, move contiguously between these different spaces unless one's in a private event or something like that. So, but they won't be able to go into that main dining room because that's shut down.
Well, regularly open to the public, that would shut.
The main dining room would eliminate 103 seats. The lounge, which has an 88, isn't open to the public. So what we're talking about is a 43-person speakeasy at max capacity and a taste room, 54 people.
For private events, though, there would be.
No, right. No, I'm not talking about on open to the public on a regular basis, right? Yeah.
Only be those 2 smaller.
So about 98 seats or something sounded like. Or
You would be talking about 97 people total.
97. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
And just to add again, we put in the stipulations, no loitering between the spaces. So the idea is to be in one of those designated areas to enjoy your drink or food.
But I still don't understand why if the restaurant is closed, why does somebody need to be able to carry their drink? They're in one space or the other, I would think.
Well, again, as Andrew Applecheese was saying, this is an experience. So there are different motifs. There's the tour, there's in the distillery, there are different events. So you would want it, the VIP lounge, let's say, is different. You have.
Didn't you just say that the lounge, when he was speaking, didn't he say the lounge is not part of that seating? That's what I don't understand. I thought I heard him say that the lounge was not part of that. So that knocks off the 3rd floor.
Well, even if I'm in the 2nd floor, checking out the bar on the 2nd floor is actually quite interesting and different than the speakeasy in the cellar. So there
I
are
think that's
various
walking,
scenarios.
it seems to me that that's two separate experiences, and you're telling me that they need to be able to walk from being up in the tasting room on the second floor down to the speakeasy in the cellar and not be going to the restaurant, and you need the patrons to be able to do that varied experience between the speakeasy and the tasting room.
I just want to make sure I understand your question. 1 second, please, because I think Andrew's going to speak to this.
Hi, as long as I'm understanding correctly, you're talking when we're open to the public, we're not speaking about private events and when the restaurant closes,
I
correct?
think you've been pretty clear that private events, you want everybody to be able to go everywhere to experience everything. So I'm not talking about the private events. I think what Cormac had raised was what happens on a regular basis when you're open till 2 a.m. on those evenings.
Sure. So if the restaurant were to close and the second floor bar is opened and folks are enjoying a beverage there, they wouldn't be moving from space to space.
That's sort of my point. So so on a regular basis, no one should have to be carrying their drinks
After
anywhere.
the restaurant is closed, but when the restaurant is open, again, if someone wants to enjoy a drink at the second floor bar while waiting for their table to be open, we do want them to have the opportunity to make their way down to the restaurant. That's all.
And right, exactly, and where do they pay for their drinks that they get before they sit down to
They
eat?
can either close the tab at the second floor bar, or they can have that transferred to their table down in the dining room.
Anybody else have anything? Not just exhaust.
Can you just clarify, because I know you said it before, some of that. For the public open nights you're proposing, what are the hours you're proposing now?
Yes, okay. For the public, the hours would be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 11 a.m. to midnight. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. And again, the restaurant would close sooner, although there would still be a late night menu, but it would be the much smaller areas, second floor bar and the speakeasy on the cellar.
Just for ease, we actually did outline this in the last submission. So one of the last pages is Exhibit C, and it outlines some of the open issues that we thought needed explanation. And on that chart, the very first item is the closing hours, and that actually sets forth just that to this point, which areas we're identifying as being open to the public and what hours. So it's actually really clearly laid out in this document.
I did see that. It was just, it was easier to ask than to go rustling through the paper to find it. And I'm not gonna speak for my colleague, I'll speak for themselves, but I just sort of flag it up back to my point about if we were considering this anything. Generally speaking, this committee and this community considers, when we look at hours, a Sunday through Thursday, and then a Friday and Saturday is a different thing. Sometimes there's some Thursday night, I think, depending on the location and the place and all that kind of thing. The idea of considering Wednesday to be a late hour thing is outside of our usual pattern and habit. And Thursday, as I said, is usually not something we like to do, and certainly the first time. So I'm asking, is there any further you could go on those hours?
I think we would happily consider if we can find a resolution with this board to meet you guys in the middle of Wednesday.
Right. The problem is I have no idea if you can have resolution of these other issues, whatever. I mean, we're going to have to wait and have our discussion, see, like, I can't speak for the whole committee on that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to feel out, like, you know, if they could get to resolution on that, what is the, you know, get like to midnight through Thursday and Friday and Saturdays till 2 or something like that? Or is that going to be this problematic for you?
We build Great Jones to support the whole community. We would love to come to resolution with you guys. I would love to have your guys' support when we go to the state liquor authority.
Just the direct
We have to go through all the stipulations again. I'm saying if you guys can agree to certain things that we need to operate as a feasible business, we're happy to come meet you guys in the middle, would be the only response I could give you.
Exactly, just that. Could you just be clear so we know what we're going to be discussing at our business session?
Will you guys approve Thursday, Friday, Saturday till two AM and our full on-premise liquor license?
So that's what you're asking for, is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Done, I have.
Yeah, I was just, the way that this process works is that we need to know, like, if later we're voting, we need to know what exactly we're voting on. So that's why I'm pressing for it. It's not.
You've gone through a lot of different items. That's why I want to be very careful. I cannot agree to anything in this particular.
Oh, no, it's given, once we put stipulations out there,
Yeah.
things, if it's a whole package, and if you don't want to sign it
Yeah.
and agree, you don't have to,
If
right?
the
So-
six of you would come and say we support this project, we would meet you in the middle. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not sure what that means, but okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Just, Dr. Smith, I'm gonna go to you. I just want to, so when you have your private events, the space is open till 2 a.m. The entire space. Okay. Dr. Smith?
Yes, I'd like to just ask, would you consider reducing the number of corporate events?
And Dr. Smith, just to clarify, as full buyouts?
We'll buy it.
Got it. So right now we indicated 52, and is your question, would we consider reducing that?
I think I made it pretty clear.
Yes, ma'am.
That was the question.
Yes,
Would you consider, and if so, how many?
certainly would consider it. I can't answer that right now, but I will revert momentarily with an answer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for asking.
Does anybody else have anything while we're waiting for that answer?
Dr. Smith, I know this isn't a direct answer to your question, but our counter proposal to you would be to close at midnight for private events, similar to the days for public. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. And again, subject to how things take off we could match those hours with those days for both the public and private events.
So is that Sunday to Wednesday? No, he's shaking his head no.
I think we're still at Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
Okay,
subject
so what you
to
said about.
Working through these other. Yeah.
He said
Yeah.
before about
Similar to
Thursday
that.
to Saturday, 2 a.m. that we didn't mean that, we meant. But I thought I have it right in front of me.
Yeah, but see, we just want to clarify this.
Yeah, we're just trying to.
We're clarifying right here is, right, so we told him we needed a hard ask, and he said we could go to sort of taking out Wednesdays and we'll take Thursday, Friday, Saturday till 2, although that's subject to agreeing all together, negotiation, whatever, right? And now what I'm hearing now is for private events, that they would reflect those same hours. And what we're trying to clarify is, so if the Wednesday hour is midnight for public, will it be midnight for private? That's what we're asking. Or are you saying that it might still be 2 a.m. on the night? And again, I'm not censoring either way, like, complaining. I'm just trying to get clarity.
So for clarification, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, whole facility, private or public, closes at midnight. We would still be requesting private events and public facing till 2 a.m. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And the consolidation would be, we wouldn't have private events Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. What's else? Until 2. I don't want to.
You have something?
Okay, I got you on, the question was, would you reduce the number of private events from 52 week, which is once a week? There's 52 weeks in a year, so it's once a week, but you never gave an answer on that. You said you just you would reduce on the hours. So that's one question to continue answering. And the second question is, to my knowledge, you said you're having, correct me, are you having dancing at your events or throughout the evening? I think I read about dancing, but please correct me if it was withdrawn or not withdrawn.
Val was going to check
Yes.
to answer the first question. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Oh, the first question. The first question, so we wouldn't change on the number, but we would change on the hours, as we mentioned. Still once a week. It's not necessarily that we'd use them once a week. It's just given the reality of the business.
3 times 1 week and none another week.
That given the reality of the business, especially around holiday time or wedding season, whatever it is, there would be a need to be able to offer that ability. Just to clarify, those events are
microphone.
Those events are primarily the corporate type events. There may be a wedding. I'm not going to say a bar mitzvah, but there may be a wedding or something of that nature, and they may not last till 2 a.m. But we want to give the customers who are paying a lot of money that stability.
It's a bar mitzvah, a christening, or anything else. It's still people are going to be dancing late at night.
Are they going to be dancing at the private events? Yeah, for private events, we did indicate there could be dancing for private events.
And now let's go. Okay, so you did answer the question.
Yeah,
Yes, there will be dancing. Thank you.
The private events, yes.
Okay, so they move around and then they go.
I was just, one of the things for the later night and car traffic and everything, which most people, the observation are taking cars later in the evenings, if they're going uptown, you know how they go uptown, right? Which is how?
Come down Broadway and probably swing
Across where we have a traffic issue,
Yeah.
a standing traffic
It really
issue.
depends where Waze sends you, I guess, but.
But it's,
Yeah.
that's the real issue,
Mhm.
is that there's 2 huge spaces that regularly have things. And there are regularly, we changed the parking regulations on Bond Street to accommodate zero bond, which is something that Zella had spearheaded as an accommodation. It's now used for parking. It is now regularly double parked. There's often honking. And that's where everybody's going to go in order to come back up. And this is a part of the reason of why you see people in the area having concerns about late night operations, about large venues, et cetera. And it's the events that generate these, because, and you can see it, any of you just walk by Zero Bond, when there's no events, it's somewhat orderly. And anytime there is an event, it is a nightmare.
I'll let Andrew speak, Andrew Minoff, to the Zero Bond. I'll just say Broadway is a wide avenue. And the other point I'll make is we haven't had that issue yet, at least not that I'm aware of, where we've contributed to backup on Great Jones, for example. So I'm not aware of that being a problem, be it at midnight or at 2 a.m. We just don't anticipate it, because you're talking roughly, not a lot of people, and they will all kind of trickle out at different times, just like at a wedding or something like that, a corporate event, as they explained. But as for Zero Bond, I can't speak to that.
Before he speaks, just let me ask you a question. How many private events do you have now, functioning now? microphone,
Are
please.
are you talking about full buyouts? Or just
Either way,
private events in-
differentiated however you
Is it
want.
10-person luncheon?
No,
No, full buyouts. We would. Yeah, 1 a month at this point. We haven't been capable of,
12.
yeah, we haven't been capable of doing them. I guess the question is on the traffic,
Why haven't you been capable of doing them? I'm just curious about that.
our internal operations. I don't really want to address that. I guess my question.
Well, then what's gonna, well, that now just raises another question for me. What's gonna,
I don't.
I mean, what's gonna make it?
Can I address the first question you had about traffic? If we did a full buyout, would it appeal to the people in front of us if we hired two people that mitigated traffic out front of the space? Is that something that would get you guys across the finish line? I guess is a question. If we have an event with more than 150 people, would bringing someone in there that moves people around something that would appeal?
People, she just said, you'd think you would do that anyway. How are you going to have a private event and not have somebody out there helping with the traffic? I have bars and restaurants next to me that are not anywhere near the size of you, that when they have a private event, they have security outside helping with traffic. So it would not even dawn on me that you wouldn't have people outside directing the traffic. Frank.
We will. Again, I just don't think we've had the issue since the last couple of years. So we're just not aware of it being a problem.
Those kind of events for whatever.
Oh, no, we have had full buyouts. It's just to have them at that frequency has not been the case as of yet.
This application represents a major change. And you're presenting it to us as if it isn't. Because all of these aspects that we're talking about are all things that you can do with one exception. And that's the service of other spirits.
Well, then
And
wouldn't that
that's-
be a small change?
Well,
It's just the providence of the alcohol.
I think
coming
that
from
if,
somewhere else. It's
I think that if we review right what's on your website, that everything closes much earlier, and we have none of these later night events.
Right.
So that's the issue that we have, that this becomes a significantly larger impact from the use of the space on such a regular basis. And this is not in the manner in which it operates now. And this is why there are all these concerns. And it's also why much of this was hashed out in the past, because this still has to meet with the public interest standards, correct? Which
Absolutely, and we believe we can meet the public interest standards, but we're operating with alcohol now for a couple of years. In the past, when we first came to you, we hadn't opened, but we've learned a lot about what it takes to run a viable business. And so that's why it actually isn't a big change in our opinion. We're reducing the number of days that we would stay open later, but we don't want to say to someone.
That's not true. You're increasing the number of days you're staying open later.
From what I'm not talking about 2018, I'm talking about.
I'm talking about now.
Right now, last time we said we wanted to be open 7 days a week until 2 a.m. And that's on both sides. Well, I get a chance to finish. I get a chance.
But you're missing the element of what I said, is that this represents an increase, not a decrease. You're spinning this in a manner, all of your advertised operating hours are significantly earlier. Or latest midnight.
Because we're saying.
But you're spinning it as if it's a reduction. But you don't need us to change that. But you don't need us to change those hours.
Not now. Correct. The distillery can open and stay open as long as it wants.
Exactly.
But we're not, because we think it's better to sit with you and have stipulations so that you can also have some comfort that we're doing the things that are in your interest. And we don't understand why you're fighting us so much on this, because we think we actually did from March 5th when Chair Raftery said you want to be open up at 2 a.m. every night. We're now coming back and saying to you, we want to be open until 2 a.m. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and we're open actually to making it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, if all of the other pieces are coming together. We're trying to make this happen because we think it benefits all of us.
Fortunately, I can certainly speak directly if this goes before the members of the authority and speak back to them about what they've done to this neighborhood in approving other applications and how the patina of the neighborhood has worked out and why this is a bad idea. And that's the same discussion that you had with Zella, who was very well aware of what that was and what the resulting impact on our community has been. And there has been limited change in the neighborhood, which all these establishments were supposed to bring change, filling up storefronts, wonderful things happening. You have somebody barbecuing on your corner. You've got a guy down the block that lives on the sidewalk. I mean, these are not.
We can't help homeless in New York City. I'm sorry. But no, I
said that this part of your,
we made this
as part of
building
your.
beautiful when it was an empty
but
vacant store, and we've made it more safe in the neighborhood.
No, that's my point.
No, we have. The neighbors on both sides have actually said, thank you, but no one came out when we asked for the people that you're talking about.
We have vacancies that still are throughout the area. The sidewalk all day long. Down the street.
We've done our part.
I thought you made it safer.
We did. We've done our part. Don't you think families are happier to walk at night by a vibrant working location as opposed to an empty, vacant building, dark building? Broadway really felt cavernous there. It now has a little animation, not a lot. It's not attracting people who create problems or who yell in the middle of the night. That's not who we are.
Yeah, okay.
So just the only difference that's happened, I think we're basically done. So the change we have is that you'll close at midnight on Wednesday. Is that correct?
That is
Sunday to Wednesday, right? You've added Wednesday.
Again, we are open to that
right
change as long as we can move this forward. Yes.
Okay, that's it. I mean, I think we've covered
And
everything.
otherwise, I think in terms of substance, and I've listened to the difference in perspectives and opinion in philosophies. But in terms of the substance of the application from what we saw 2 months ago, that's the change, right?
That is the major change. Yes, that's correct. But also we put the no loitering, and we really did try not to mess with the stipulations that were, as we understood in 2018, last agreed on between us and this committee.
Okay. And I also saw in the things, you also attempted community outreach and things. So I'm not trying to stiff you on anything. I'm just trying to be clear for us what the difference are.
We were kind of flying blind, to be honest, because we wanted to know today what the neighbors were thinking, and we tried our best to reach them. We really did, at a great time and expense, and we heard from no one.
I think we got it. Thank you.
I think that's it. Thanks.
I just want to thank you for your time, and please pardon the interruptions before.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, I think we have, wait, hang on. Done with the people that are in the room. Yes, yes. So we have two other items I just want to run through. It was the ones that we waived appearance on. One is Soho NYC LLC at 41 Greenwich Avenue. This is a restaurant wine with the sidewalk cafe. They came to us in October of 2022. At that time, their name was Annette Dishville. And they signed stipulations. The hours were, I mean, it's all in the Google Drive, but the hours were Sunday to Thursday, closing at 11, Friday and Saturday at 12. This is a restaurant wine application for a plant-based Mediterranean Middle Eastern restaurant, along with the sales of some dry goods sourced from all over the Mediterranean. At that time, we had said will not operate a backyard garden or outdoor area for commercial purposes, except for certified sidewalk cafe operating under the temporary open restaurants program consisting of not more than 4 tables and 8 seats located adjacent to the storefront, leaving a minimum clearance of 8 feet to the curbside for pedestrian passage. And no road bed, and that the sidewalk cafe would close at 11. So they submitted a new 30-day notice because they did not move forward with the application, and over 270 days had passed, so they needed to send in a notification. They have also changed the name of the place to the Shop NYC, but there is no change in principles. There is no change to method of operation or anything else. So they have re-signed basically the same stipulations. The only difference is that it now says they will not operate a backyard garden or any outdoor area for commercial purposes except for a sidewalk cafe, which will abide by all rules, regulations, and procedures of the Dining at NYC program, and will close at 10 p.m. So that was one thing with that, and we have the signed stipulations on it. And then the other one is Juicerie, which we had heard back in December of 2022. Juicerie is the butcher's daughter, and this is on Kenmare Street, 19 Kenmare Street. It's the east unit. We had, again, the stipulations, the old ones and the new ones are in the drive. We had approved that one, and and we had the sidewalk seating with that. And they had agreed to follow the sidewalk seating that was approved by DCWP for the previous operator. The stipulations had the diagram, and we had said at that time that we would waive them coming back for an alteration as long as it conformed to the seating, to the rules and regulations and the seating that was previously approved. So they just got their license about a week or so ago. They have filing the alteration application. They sent in the drawings by the DOT specs with all the specifications on there. We did a back and forth with certain clear path issues. And so they have signed new stipulations today with a new diagram attached, and they are closing at 10 o'clock outside, and it's not more than 18 tables and 36 seats, which is less than what was previously approved, and that they will abide by all the rules and regulations of that. So if it's less seats, it's less seats, but they're already at less seats than what was approved years ago, and they're closing at 10 o'clock. And all the service of wait staff service is all from within the stipulations, so from within the sidewalk cafe area. So that's that one. Is everybody okay with I mean, we don't have to do that now. We'll do that during business, but that's what those two are. And I think that covers it. So we will take a break.
Yeah.
So I think everyone should have to go to your class.
I think that's not a nice thing to do, Dr. Smith.
I know. And I feel as though they're more willing to work with us.
I'd like to know if that piano bench belongs to us or the church.
Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Because I have a place that would go nicely in my home.
Oh, I could see that. It's an odd little head. I guess it is a bench. I'm here to be friendly. Yes. Yeah. I was like, and the rest, I was like, oh, what do you call it? Get another card. And then I was like, no, I'm just gonna. Yeah. So think of that last application that taken. Oh, that's not. Did I send the Jason in Barcelona? No, I would not be Barcelona. Yeah. Everybody was all. Oh, my God. I'm going to do
The folks who got it.
Everything in here. I was short. It's nice outside. Oh, yeah, I just took a call. I was like, it seemed like this. It's warmer outside. It was, yeah.
I know, right? I mean, I have seen them come up and down those stairs, but maybe if they're oriented, maybe able to. No, sorry. Yeah, you know, I wish they gave me a partner fishing.
But they didn't make that.
I would be glad. I know. Yeah. And also go on to the business. The elevator, through the lot, make another room.
I didn't know. I just want
You know. There were people still out there tonight, even came back in. Right. Well, it's actually a perfectly solid night for that.
Maybe.
Unless you're.
Almost 9:30.
Yes, it's not. Do you get them a lot or gets it at me? Yeah, I only get every now and again. Really. That's a combination. Yeah, crazy. Well, when the temperature spikes like that, especially trees, yeah.
We good, everybody?
Yeah, that's all right. Whenever you're ready.
So, and. Party is so. So I'm going to do this first. All right. Is everybody ready?
Yep.
Okay. So I neglected your business, I will do new business. First, what I wanted to do was just two things. One, sort of go over the outdoor dining a little bit, to $70 for being here. You know, the kind of, people are, everybody's confused, and we have not received anything, and we've seen something to know the community service part, and we don't have a lot of. So it's part
Okay, so let's look at that first. Let's do that first. So I sent, well, an email I sent you was the link to, the little summary of changes that went into the budget for the SLA. I have also, since I sent that to you, put in the Google Drive, just for the big SLA committee, loose in there, PDF of the 2025 budget wording that particled out that highlights the this section that have to do with SLA instead of the summary. I did not. So one of the things was with the 30-day notice, but they took out, it used to be that they would wait 30 days, not less than 30 days is what it said. It said not less than 30 days, nor more than 270 days before filing any government applications, an applicant shall notify the municipality, right? So that's our 30-day notice. They struck out not less than 30. So now it reads not more than 270 days before filing, which means that they can file with the SLA concurrently, concurrently as they do to us, so we need to have that 30-day buffer. It says that they will not act on it for 30 days. So they give a 30-day leeway in there before they start to be held. People are not going to start moving forward and just not going to take any action. So our 30-day, our 30-day timeline is really, we used to have that 30-day buffer. We don't really have that 30-day buffer. So, yes.
We're not.
So we're not doing like. That's what I was saying. Yeah. So they have to withdraw. They have to we're not even sure that we're going to. So that's why I told the office that when they withdraw, I want them to try to get from them in writing that they say that they will not move forward at the SLA without returning, but I don't know if any of that is enforceable. I mean, I just don't.
There's some confusion too, because the provision of the notice law, so to note the municipalities, which is section 110B, in that, says that under section 5, it says the municipality may express an opinion for or against granting such an application. Any such opinion shall be deemed part of the record on which the liquor authority makes its determination to grant the application. In reading this isn't the way it's working, because they're not taking into account our resolutions when we send them. They actually solicit them. But we were unclear to us because we recently foiled Boome's money $3,000. When we submitted a foil, we did not get back any of the resolutions we had sent.
So they don't seem to be.
So we don't know if they're making our recommendation part of the record. And traditionally, they're on premise licenses, they rely on the high. And there also they changed. That they asked us to send after we get notice of the hearing for documents instead of taking submissions that we make. But it seems that the notification portion of the law indicates that they're supposed to be taking into account our response without them having to ask. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We have no idea.
Right.
And so, and it's just interesting that something we have. But also we can't be accommodated because that's the notice. And then at the same time, in the guidance, some of the guidance documents from the authority, the applicants only need to provide us notice. That's it. They don't have to come to us and do anything else. Right. So there's a little bit of a conflict in that.
And they don't, they don't want to.
Well, this is what,
Yeah.
well, we don't have. They can say they're withdrawing, what was that?
What is that? So,
Right,
let me.
so- And this is something we haven't talked about too much, but really, we like to look for authority. How do you withdraw those? What was the guidance on withdrawing?
Yeah, and there's that.
And so this is just, and this is all coming because they're trying to speed things up, but we've never slowed down. And I think all, that's certainly defined that our involved was even through COVID. We didn't skip a month in hearing anything. We were not a participant in any aspect of slowing this process down, but this change has made it seem like somehow.
Part of the role came up actually with the policy because they had originally come to us, right? And I have your letters and stuff. And 1 month they laid over, the following month they withdrew. And when they sent in this, they noticed the department as just a re-notification, but the 27 days ago, and that's what made me start thinking, it really should be a new 30-day notice because they withdrew, but then they do from us, what does that mean about the liquor? So.
And so, yeah, no, and now that you're saying that, I'm inclined to now realize that.
It probably does.
I think for the temporary license, I think the guidance says that if they add it is, notice the still the
There's
first
the
one.
first one, right, exactly.
So we have a lot of small issues of just,
Yeah.
that we have to, it's unfortunate, we know, and we've been told before, it's past chair who said, well, you shouldn't be submitting a notice unless you're ready to go. But then we hear the attorney saying, well, we want to get on the calendar. Calendar with the notice. So, so that's why we have this stuff that's constantly laying over because we work on a 30-day cycle and that's not how business goes.
And
So
then I
it's
think
very
also
frustrating.
the back off. With the liquor authority, they want to get it in there, so. Yeah.
So it seems to me, maybe I'm all crazy, but what is being factored for us in terms of this is going to be, first of all, probably more because we have less certainty about what you notice about what's filed plan. It's going to be more pro forma in our resolutions. Request that they not do license until these people here for us. It's a denial. That's what I mean, it's denied because they haven't here, right? But also, as you said, there are no layovers on the problem. Like right now, if you think about our process, we use that in many defects applications. People come, defect application. People come, they're missing something critical. They haven't done something critical, they got an answer, something to work out, get back to us on. And what they say is, and sometimes our recommendations, sometimes no. We just lay this over, we'll come back next week. We can't do that anymore. We're gonna have to be issuing more denials, probably. And may occasionally be an issue of approval that we less. But we're gonna be more frequently issuing a lot more
In
denials.
other words, more strict, because they don't have the diagram.
What if I come is that we have to. Score a solution that says denial in case the hearing or whatever action comes out.
But we have to, because we don't want them to ever go there and have those conditions.
So the concern, we don't even want this like practice. Change. Nobody's consulted from the community side of things. I'm aware of this change. And so nobody has quite lost. Authority, but the idea is if for say an on-premise license, if they file a liquor authority currently have sent proof of mailing us in 30-day notice. The liquor authority sits on for 30 days, then action. The first action that we take is what they scheduled. if there's not a delay, at 500 let's say.
Can I just say-
6 weeks of the notice. In the way our meeting schedule works, we may not have a resolution prepared in that 6 weeks. And so that's what, and if there's even a hiccup, we have nothing there.
So it's 170 Vermont, and we heard this one in February, we just got notice for their car.
We need people. Well, people,
Well, and what we might do, and we can get some more clarity, is we just need a standing condition that before we have another position. That, right, application so that the office can respond. That it's like. No, just.
no, yeah, because we will, we don't want to, we can't write every time, we don't have our back.
Because we don't have the facts.
Yeah.
Right.
So-
We don't have, because we don't have the facts.
Exactly, and, we just finished the thought I had earlier. If you gave this out, well, again. The part right here keeps saying is, wait, to see if this is implemented, well, changes, or like, but if you gave out, it's down like that. So, since we have to make a decision on every application at that meeting every year, right? There won't be any more. That, right? So. Well, that means that he says, probably, sometimes we're going to. Approve things, maybe. We'll go with it, right? And if you shortly have fully flushed everything out, well, wait, let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish. And we would never, and. Something more often, right? We're going to remind them because the application is inadequate, rather than trying to fix it, right? And so what that means for us on the full board. We need to educate the rest of the full board about it. That you have. One is, right, we're just, they're gonna be more denials. This is, people don't want to know why they're like, they need to be better to understand that. The second thing is, right, is that. There will be, I'm not saying say part of it, but we're going to educate. Didn't know there was a bunch of the opposition that didn't show up. And
That's not true, because that's not the point of what's changing. The thing that's changing is simply that we don't have access to funds. And so if we get a notice.
Yeah.
We act on it, right? We don't know how that notice is being drawn. We don't know what manner that exactly whatever authority simply says possibly drawn. Is it a letter? Who knows? In the absence of that, if we get a notice, if it's a no-show or whatever, we don't just say like no-show denial. We need to have some stronger language about they provide us with communication. The other thing which we don't is that, so I'm not sure about it currently, I don't think we actively reach out to the applicants. So if we do, we can say they disregarded our outreach.
What do you mean by actively?
I mean, if somebody sends us data, we don't respond well.
Oh, yes, we do respond.
You know, we have it. Apps.
I believe that Francine.
Just saying, we need to.
I'll clarify. Looks like, when I see this letter, what Francine does is follow up with everybody, since your questionnaires do here, but it's not a whole lot of us.
Right, so my point on that though is that we have explained and we have asked them. They didn't come. We have information, all we have for the day notice is not sufficient for the community. You know, the density and the number of licenses that we have. That are not to participate in this process. When the presumption on them every full of the license that it's denied. You know, just going on that we need to be more clear and but at the same time, we need to understand how they do draw notice.
Up there.
Because all they have to submit to the liquor authority is, right? So how do you unsubmit that? And that's a technical issue. You know, then they don't even apparently file our things we send them.
Right.
So, you know,
And that was 5 resolutions. that were-
yeah, we did 5
Five
resolutions that were missing.
I mean, I put them all in the letter that I sent you, I let them know that they moved forward and they hadn't appeared. So that's sitting in front, so they were all in there, so when we boiled it, we got back more. That was all the resolutions.
Yeah.
Didn't get back any of the resolutions separate from that.
And say for instance, and just like, we don't have all the information, we can have something. For the past, you could say, send this and give it time to see, if you don't, then the condition of now is based on what we are.
Yeah, that's a good question, but it's so infrequent and in general submission of that issue results in us changing
Right.
our
Then we do that.
decision on it. It's generally, oh, we don't work and it's not complete, or we don't have the money. So in substance, it's not, you know, it's all consistent.
And
So
if I really, have they, the applicants, no, this doesn't
just change.
They
It just
change.
came in before, so.
But do, are they? Will the.
Well, yeah.
authority-
I mean, the attorney was doing that.
Or no?
I mean,
But-
it's on to have somebody.
So we just have to figure out a little bit more and communicate this, because I don't believe that most attorneys that are practicing law and articles that we have in the areas want to submit an application without making sure it's lines up. Then the agreements that they made. So, you know, because that can actually delay their application. Well, if there's something that's changed and it's official. After the fact.
I mean, we have a minimum number of notice, you know, not
Yeah.
long.
So, you know, so we're not, it's not quite clear how this is gonna play out, but it is concerning because somebody for a beer and wine license. Right. Like, which we live.
That's
Who, yeah. They went and submitted anyway. They already have a temporary license. They wrote back, oh, don't worry about it.
We're not gonna keep you a long time.
No, the liquor, don't worry about it. We'll talk about it. You issue the permanent license. And these guys haven't even found somebody to run their space, which I thought was part of the application for managers. Even that other than so it's sort of a strange case that have really highlighted some of the challenges. But what it does mean is that the biggest change is that if you're gonna submit the notice, be ready to go. Right? That's the biggest thing. This laundry list of layovers and no sugar withdrawals is very problematic. That change.
Yeah.
So we don't know what that plays out to be. And then on top of that, the outdoor dining, like I said, it's only been over 2 months, we still have. Right, and Donna and I talked about this at nauseam. But how do we streamline our process?
Okay, so what do you want to say? So that's.
I have nothing to do with that.
What?
I have one new business out there.
Okay, so just to finish up on the changes in the rules, that sort of, they also, clarified that the non-contiguous municipal space with a bike lane to the third floor road there on the other side of the bike. Yeah, so they've changed that, and again, this is in the Google Drive and, so number 2, for the purpose of this section and not contiguous municipal public space shall be space that is located in front of behind the side of licensed premises is within the property boundaries of the licensed premises that's extended out, or within the property boundaries of the nearest adjacent properties on either side. Not except further than the midline of any public roadway, separated from the licensed premises only by one or more of the following: a pedestrian thoroughfare, a thoroughfare primarily restricted to use by bicycles, or a portion of a thoroughfare with such restriction. And otherwise, comply with all of the federal, state, and local requirements. So that means that where it used to say, what did it used to say, where thoroughfare primarily, I mean, it used to be that it couldn't be.
So it's just across.
Up pedestrian, so now they've added in the bicycle, and then if we want to read further what they've done, so the bike lane is added to it. Right, and then they can cross the lane. They can cross the bike lane, so what they changed, they clarified, it's separated from non-contiguous municipal public space, and I'll just skip, is separated from the licensed premises only by one or more of the following: a pedestrian thoroughfare, a thoroughfare primarily expected to be used by bicycles, or a portion of a thoroughfare with such restrictions. With such restrictions. So that means the bicycle lane now is, that makes it non-contiguous. Pedestrian walk.
Great.
Oh,
Licenses should be utilized.
right, that's not specifically.
It's a thoroughfare primarily used for bicycles. Shall post a sign or poster.
So
in-
that's the size. Okay, they added the button. Before it used to be that non-contiguous municipal space could only be separated by a pedestrian thoroughfare. Okay, that's what it used to say. So our interpretation has always been that if the road bed is right next to the sidewalk, it's just separated from the premises by a pedestrian thoroughfare. And we always said to everybody, you can't have it over a bike lane because that's not a pedestrian thoroughfare. No, it's not a pedestrian thoroughfare, right? Nobody cares about whether. They don't care if it's safe or not. So now it says, or a portion of a thoroughfare,
You can serve it.
a thoroughfare primarily strictly to be by bicycles or a portion there.
All right, so I think what I hear you saying is, it's now legal to have road bed down to the other side of the bike.
And you have to put a sign,
Yes, that's why you have to bicycles.
lettering, which is not that. Let's watch out for the license.
Watch out for the bikes. The sooner is it, and then if you keep reading this further, we forget, it's in the Google Drive there. They've got a lot of information about how much insurance everybody has to have for all of these. You know what? Yeah, exactly. So
What makes this change?
this is in the budget. This was the budget. This is in the budget. So again, state. So again, this is not in our monthly folder, it's in the SLA committees. We're folder. You know what, Don, that might be a good idea. Might be a good idea to share that. I'll email, I'll the board.
We're the only ones that are related.
Okay. But what I will do, yeah, so then I'll just forward.
But the important part of this, though, is that what this locks down is that, if you have a municipal extension. And you apply for this through the city, you basically have it. It's also in the C1. And with that, the only open question seems to be on a new application is public interest. And the other area which there may be conversation. The other thing, which is part-time, is the outdoor area closed. One of the things is that we traditionally really, in many other boards and the liquor authority, the time that comes up that seems to be acceptable is 10 p.m. And what Donna talked about, this is what I go to the outdoor dining working group, whatever it's called. Okay, I was right. Outdoor dining working group. That is part of that process, of whatever agreement they made before, or say yes, it's okay. That we just include that if you close at 10 p.m. and it's approved by the city, we do not have to. And that's practical, and if they want to discuss it further or whatever, they can.
All right, so as long as you close it by 10, you don't have to, we don't discuss with anybody. They're out there.
Right.
So.
Sidewalk, and they don't agree to it, then there will be, right, well, then also, no.
This doesn't have to do with the DOT, this is a way for this community to waive the appearance, they will have to file an alteration application to add it. But if we use the same agreement, yes, and some of them also, many of them say you can't have it. And now you can, right? And the idea is 10 o'clock is really what we always hear is the important the hours, but we can't hear 600 alteration application for two committees.
Right.
So the idea is that they agree, they name the number of tables and chairs. And the other thing is which is the other issue, because because one of the things I just discovered in local stuff liquor authority is there are rules on the number of seats that are required for bathrooms. And what happens is that adds extensive amount of comfort. I mean, your bathroom is incredible when they have a single bathroom. So we're just inside, right? People inside, whatever, get one bathroom. That there are plenty of places where that's the case. But if you had 40 seats outside, suddenly have plus the staff. If there's not enough of the staff on their facility, or whatever they call it, suddenly it's like a little bit crazy. And I think that's I don't know how we handle it, but something.
Or maybe we could something have to do, I mean, I think it's great to have a blanket. And off, on wall, not all, whatever, try to work around, but then we're gonna have these wall ones, like we have a lot of concerns.
Yeah, we're gonna have it, right?
Off ones that are just outlines, and then we don't have many, but I don't feel it. You're saying. Well.
I'd have to go look at the numbers, but there is a matching number in New York City Administrative Code and the code authority. I just started.
For the bathroom.
This one, the bathroom. Oh,
Both the 10 p.m. And then specify the number of tables.
I know, I was just,
Right. Okay, yeah.
let's just say maybe it's, well, they specify.
So let me just go back. So one was. So is it part of?
Is there a ratio?
You can speak to this more in our response element to the city. We can submit an agreement between the applicants and the board. That same agreement can be used. It can be just one agreement that's used by both committees. We don't need to duplicate the agreement so that we submitted it in multiple places. And it seems to me, we don't have a problem with this. We don't have a guy. But it seems to me, if we agree to this, and the committee agrees to this, we can work on moving forward. When it rains, it's most likely before.
Yeah, and also, and after the deadline.
Right, exactly. So back to this rate, is there a ratio for seats? For toilet seats for?
Yes.
Yes. What's the number?
I don't know what it is, but. Well, no, it was recently covered in part. It's actually this.
I think we were sitting up in the full board, I think, with one of these.
Yeah, and there was a request for the territory hearing on a space that was either that had a communal bathroom. So the way that phrase is a little different, and they requested a territory room on it, but it was interesting to me in reading it because it really outlined what our concerns have been is that we have all the places in the map, and we see this with the plus 20 seats, you know, so you're part of that takes no account, but for the purposes of a liquor license, you know, we can raise this issue because what happens is, what happens is that people use the bathroom of the place next door.
Yes.
And it becomes a cascading issue. And it's something that
Where is the regulation under bathrooms? Is that in the New York code or is that in the SLA?
It's different, but they do.
Okay.
And I think it says sufficient sanitary facilities, but it's a waiver. It starts with the waiver of the 2000 law state. There has to be a bathroom set. The bathroom is not the same as the water pump. This is where it starts to come with a sink, So just, I have to go through this, but I just think that it's important, right? That look at it as a single contact. If they only have a single bathroom, there's only a million seats, and it's more of a bar.
No, I'm just talking about the politician.
Are you saying a single bathroom with 2 feet? Or a single bathroom with 1 seat?
A single bathroom.
1 toilet, with 1 toilet. It's a health issue.
I'm just thinking as a former political, right, we have to do that because this is the kind of issue we want to put out there.
Right.
About that, like never back off of that.
I mean, we're not looking to be unreasonable. My point is,
That's
you get over, no, that's right. And that's what the problem happens around.
Yes.
Taverns.
Yeah.
Right, which, you know, is the issue, and that's what, where we would want. But again, this is a little thing that I realized. You know, Don and I were talking about it, we have a number of avenues in some ways. And almost all of those buildings that are on 7th Avenue South, all near the long pitch, small size. Few other places that's the case, that's where they could balance it. Mostly it's not gonna be an issue.
Because now they can't extend it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think okay, so there's one thing I'm just gonna add on, I actually think that the Juicerie is a good example of something that kind of worked, because he was the only one that had made us do the stipulation that said that with the way that he was also the only one that had the old, when he was here, we pulled up the old sidewalk cafe license, went through the whole thing. Our issue was that she was not performing really in other places, but that's going to be our issue with everybody, is the enforcement. And so I think, you know, he first sent me a diagram that I said, I need something that shows what you're going to be submitting to DOT. Now, it could change by the time he said, but at least my stipulation had it on the DOT, you know, then with what they are asking for. So I think if somebody comes to us before they go there with an injunction, we can still just do the same, supply us with the drawing, supply us with the measurements, they don't become technical. Then, you know, as long as the ball looks okay, you know, we'll consider it later, right? I mean, and then if they get, and then we'll have that, they can go there, and then if they're there first, that can come. Because my one thing is that the SLA will enforce the stipulations on the hours. Right? I don't know if you know, DOT, I can see DOT saying, at 12 o'clock, I don't know if you say that.
Well, they don't understand.
Right, exactly, and that's what I'm saying, no, I'm gonna look at the hours, you know, but after it comes from to one or two hours.
Stipulations are, but the idea is that we just want to make it, what's the, sorry.
Right.
And a part of this team up is for some places that we follow someone else bar here. And it has, I think 40 something inside. And I believe 30 something outside, and it's all in one map. So it's just comes up as a practical matter. And how it can be.
So to the hours, we will have, you say, will be some places, some of the others want it.
Well, that's fine, and then they can come and discuss it.
But I think it's one of the, that this is making this very easy.
Right, exactly.
To have in places before the meeting, There are places that will still, that they open for hours earlier than 10.
Right.
So like, we're just gonna, it's okay with me, we just leave that aside and keep it to the distributor.
And,
get it uniform.
and to that point, there were also some that have skips at 7-Eleven or 11 on Friday and Saturday. And I also think, as I came up with something that we were talking, we can't be telling somebody you can. Everybody had before, and it will be your time, or 11, or maybe we can get everybody.
Well, the opportunity is that you don't need to come before us.
Right.
Because you agree to it. And
Well, a lot of the people out about the money keep that. just make
Right,
it
exactly.
on it.
the, yeah, and I mean, and then, we're discussing it because we have to.
Yeah, I get it.
And.
Well, they're either on the sidewalk, they're either going to agree to it or they're not.
Right,
I mean, that's a review, or a roadway, it's just.
No, but this is two different things.
Yeah.
Because the DOT,
Yeah.
they're not, but the issue is that the liquor authority, there's some standing protection. It's not gonna lay them, right? I'm fairly confident that we really don't want to talk about this, you know?
Okay, so we have to do on this way, so is everybody in general, general understanding? We'll just keep you apprised of, you know.
Well, we have to agree to it because since we're gonna have to start doing it probably.
I'm gonna have one of the questions that you're taking to keep people safe when they're walking across the bike lane to the next place that they're going to eat. You know.
I think that's a good question. Officials.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's like-
They allow this. Okay, so let's go to work with that. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
It's an information item. So, and I think it's valid for making me look at what this. The mayor now has been programmed for all hours of delivery. To have people making deliveries, storing things between the hours of 1 and 6 in the morning.
Yes, we will ask for them to do that. Yes, to avoid the congestion pricing.
Right. So, which, you know, it's gonna have potentially big impact on like the outside committee. But I wanted to mention to this committee two reasons. The first is, as I recently discovered, you can use the idea that you want to make all-hour delivery facilitated to strip out extended zones. Right. If we strip out extended zones, we then make the state eligible for how to road that that wasn't before. So we should be aware of that. The other thing is that, I don't know anybody else, but I can tell you already that the state's big response to this is that all the restaurants will be asked to sign a stick. Not having a delivery factor certain hour at night and certain hour in the morning. And we might see more of those sticks from people that we might want to consider whether we want to do the sticks. Not necessarily today, but in the future.
The reality is a little more complicated. Not many places already, especially places that take delivery right away.
Yeah.
And other smaller ingredients.
I know.
But the reality of it is changing these regulations. It's generally apparent on that because you can do that.
Well, I know, so this is part of.
And
part of why
it's also we have fought during the day and the labor costs for businesses is.
The bars being battle against violent trucks and things from as well. That's what we have to be that and the bike gets in. And these changing rules don't identify some of that. And so I just wanted to mention you.
Yes, and I really should just be aware of that, because we may be another year, we'll just start changing signs in order to get the road beds. Right.
This is the first thing that people on my block association said, when we heard, we didn't know that they didn't understand. But they heard it, and I was sharing that with people, the first thing they said is, did we get the other side of the stand? So.
Right.
Well, that's.
Right, yeah.
That
no,
goes back to the bottom of.
Okay, business center, all right. So there's six, so thanks for coming down. Bye. It's what we started, we decided to don't go this way out. I'm Mark. Yeah, I remember. Anybody does not want it. Okay. The first one was THNYC 264 on Bowery, PPCL license. Days, 11, 12, yeah, days, and, let's see, what else did I have on that? So, you know, food, that go down and down to wines.
They operate with the restaurants.
They are, yeah, and Chinese, and. Yeah. That was, I don't think I saw a certificate of occupancy. There is one, and they had no outside. They was downstairs. Oh yeah, it said that 40.
And they took away.
It said 40 persons. I think this is, yeah, they took away the live DJ and they're gonna follow up to get whatever the performance it says up to 74. That I don't find. You said it,
Yeah, well, what they said to us is that the expediter
Yeah, right.
told them that they could have somebody come anyway. The expediter would work with the city, but I still think you're not
figure something out.
get a CFO. Or that maybe she consider it, you know, they will, they whatever steps.
Yeah, okay, so is everything set to 9 plus? Yeah. With the level, I'll put that, it's standard, yeah, there's 6 of us. Well, make sure the level, the next one is 7:39, where the day is supposed to see the burger,
I think the, of that. Maybe the hours, sort of.
I think that's correct, yeah, I went down, and, I don't want to come back. Right, yeah, they used to, yeah, but they used to be one, that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice to have. So are we denying much? Yeah. Yes. Okay, third one was the changing on the policy. That's for person like you are. Well, right. I was gonna. For 2 years. I know. Yeah. I think a lot of people do not realize that. Yeah, I know it, but, it was great. Well, those days are gone. The party's over.
My question on this is, because I have frequented, is that they said there's a 1 hour turnover.
Right.
That is, I'm telling you, Donna, it's the food in your mouth, and then it's coming for you to pay your bill by, a square, and you gotta get out. So I'm not understanding how they're going to have, and the food is on a little plate. It's like they give it a piece, piece by piece. How are they gonna give your little plate and your drink that you bought in the waiting room? Well, others, are in the waiting room waiting.
They're not. Yeah. I think they really just said that it's people finishing up, not still serving, and so whatever, but that's.
Okay, well, I'll let you know.
Okay, so we're all okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, yes. Okay, so then the fourth one. You said on Elizabeth Street, that's, okay. That's something first, yeah. We're denying us on that. Oh, yeah, I'll put.
The space, maybe, that's.
Yeah, that's the mall.
Also seal the things.
Okay. It's only 12 people, right? Okay. So like fifth one is the super.
Chloe,
Wait,
yeah.
which one did I just say? Huge.
The fifth one, supernatural.
Supernatural.
It's
Chloe, okay, so they removed the outdoor.
right, they'll file it.
Yes. And make sure I eat there because everybody was so enthusiastic, so they shine about it. That's a good story though. They're like, yeah, happy with it. Okay, and then what do I do after that? I heard, Tulum, there's nothing really for us to.
Well, no, we should vote to deny it. Here.
Right.
And then, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they didn't show up. I don't think.
We're just not.
Okay, and I hope all those.
And they didn't participate in the process. I didn't put in what he said, that they don't, I mean, what?
Yeah, okay.
Put that in.
Okay, all right, and then the next one, we went on.
Yeah, hospitality.
We had hospitality,
T4.
before hospitality. And that would, didn't do anything with that.
The only difference here with the previous operator is 2 AM on Friday, Saturday. Yeah, I don't think. I'm just concerned because the doors, the windows there, open out on the street, yeah, has nothing.
But it goes to the tent.
Yeah, just and he's not gonna be able to have outside seating. That's more, sorry, and that, they're just, when Donna and I were looking at pictures, we realize the places that get dealt with that and does has. Yeah, it's a substantive difference in the operating model. When you don't see some of those.
That's the issues. That's why I asked them about, because like the way that they talk about it, how the windows so important for a business model, and I'm like, okay, what about the sidewalk cafe? We can't have it, we can't. But it's a pretty well.
He said we can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's otherwise saving money.
Right.
Well, this is the one thing, you know what, it's too bad now, this is an exception. This is very small, it's for a lot of.
But either way, he's got that platform, he's got the grade, but that's really what it can be.
And that's why I'm looking.
Yeah, right. So, and Brand will.
Otherwise.
He may be able to get the.
The reason I did transition on what they doing, that's why I confirmed that. He's surrounded by all. Like,
Right.
if there was residential, I mean, it should be.
Yeah. Okay, so then the next one,
No, we had sent to.
great, no, we had central, no, we did central first.
Yeah.
Oh, just going back to the before, we have the two people that are messing up on Juicerie, who spoke very.
Yeah.
that would be fantastic. Okay, Central is, the person who's been there for years.
Yeah.
The chef is gonna stay and blah, 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 same thing.
Yeah, dinner.
It's not hot, but it's not less. Okay.
Yeah.
I know, I should put it sooner. And then our favorite people.
It's good, right.
Right, so
Go ahead.
do you want me to start?
Yeah.
All right. See, I've never been necessarily as upset and against this place as other people are and some of that. But it does seem to me this. Like 2 months ago, they came to us with a proposal and we said, no. And now they come back 4 months later and the only substantive difference is, right, because basically the change they're looking for is we want to stop being all New York State and want to start these liquors, and we want to be open till 2. And now they came back and said, okay, Sunday to Wednesday to 12. Right, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, still good, right? Or what did it Wednesday? So, no, they equalize it. Yeah, so I mean, that's the only change from what they said 2 months ago. As I said, I've never been quite as upset about the political people, but I don't see how that's such a significant change. Right now, that basically what they told us is, we'll give you 30 day 2 if you approve us. But the change that Carter is talking about, bunch there, so down. That they're going from a New York State distillery to now they're gonna have all of our like it is, as people are saying, technically speaking, that didn't hit the change of operation, right?
Well, they're not subject to any rules. Right. I mean, that's a. They're able to exercise the full parameters of their license, which includes the hours of operation, before operating tasting room, et cetera, provided they all receive product.
Yeah.
And this is the same parameters which all distilleries operate under. Right, and you know, and I haven't gone back to read what it's said in the law. You know, the flip side, you know, there may be a carve out, I don't know, by house law, it's not subjective, which means that if you own interests in manufacturer or wholesaler, you can't cross the boundaries, and so you can't have a but you know, that whether or not that's the case, the answer is where it is in Boston. But if you remember Colin, the son-in-law of our whole groups.
Oh, Sandy.
So that's how, when we wrote the last time, we wrote the Kenmare the same letter, he lived in CB2 at that time. And, but you know, and it's going to do a whole lot to support, you know, businesses and be creative about it. But, you know, and also just the general sentiment of they originally in 2019, there was an agreement which just didn't pass or war, right? That they would close at midnight 7 days.
Right.
And so, and in all of their material on the website right now show the latest operating hours is midnight. And so the concession is, okay, go ahead, use the full provisions of an on-premise license, but close at midnight, because if somewhere else came to us as an event space of any sort, we would raise exactly the same concerns. And that's why it doesn't matter.
Well, they're saying that.
And well, they are, but we also, we try to put forward the recommendation, even if we don't.
Well, and then if you're suggesting that I also suggested what that also, it doesn't come back. Well, that's here, not what we do, or something.
I am, you know, the full buyouts. There seems to be some. Everybody. I still love it though. I don't.
Some group change over the place.
Yeah, but the space is 4 different spaces.
Right, I mean, they can take.
So-
Wedding, primarily, they're gonna be in that, something, right, gonna be between.
One of the spaces was a full buyout, the whole place was a buyout. Am I wrong with that? To me, I interpret it as not the whole space or spaces as a buyout, as one place was a buyout, and then the rest of them were not just a buyout. The whole place, all four,
Or some.
The whole place.
Yeah.
Like, not open to the public.
Right.
Like they are the.
In the space, the challenge. They start to probably send them out. Or the wedding ball. Right. Things may not
Operation.
I mean, when we were asking for that, that's what we had, and not just one group.
And I will say, I mean, as somebody who remains generally quiet on this, I have to keep keeping the peace in our that comes from their law, right? And they're not hearing what they're taking to they got managed that become Broadway homes. This is where you turn down on the street. Anybody goes. And it's what it is, and it's a mess, and you get traffic. I was just talking to some neighbors for the two bonds for the bid events. The other night, and he said that the foreign hall came and they were really the door engaged with all this, and it's a little different environment than what it is.
This is like that's, this is why you ask how people go now.
Right.
So if you do obscure community,
Yeah, because what it is you jump into.
They go on foot and
But it's not just their bond, but also bonds from sushi.
Right.
Huge establishment as well. So between those two places, like the number of people that can be out to 400 people that are going to those two places, I think the occupancy, I'm not sure what it's not small. And so we put this in, and my concern is just almost overloading, little area, but I also, we spent all this time in the past, and they were doing great,
And they didn't
or
go
there
back,
wasn't a good recommendation.
right, they didn't go back for them, I mean.
And the residents, I will tell you, there's a few people involved.
And we got another letter to the bar.
If we want to have, right, that we have reasons, right? Traffic is one specific, or we try to think of alternative, but if we didn't, I mean, it seems to be one thing, the other option would say, okay, you can sell these other wines and spirits, right? But you have to apply that here to the 2019 agreement, which was 12 events a year.
Well, wasn't it?
Well, the stipulations.
That's not the regulations.
The recommend.
Right. So.
The only, I mean,
And the other thing with that is not registering the license, that was the other thing, right, that they're not. It's not a really thing like that. I mean, you give them every opportunity.
well, so when we, this is just something I was saying, I'm sympathetic. That the full riots, well, because what they're talking about is, there's.
That's a big. I'm in an organization, they had, I didn't have. So they came back all of the people in this membership, they had.
No, somebody.
Nobody's saying that it's not.
Yeah, I mean, this space is very nice. Doesn't mean, Yeah, it's a very nice space, and I mean, it's challenging though with my space,
Okay, what?
So I'm just wondering if there's any appetite here to further discuss this, or do we stick with what we have?
Well, I don't.
Whether discuss this with them.
I don't have a
No,
problem.
amongst ourselves.
I don't have a
Of
problem.
a
sending something back to
recommendation.
them and saying, would you, with our recommendation, I have a real problem, I will not discuss it. So it'll be a very clear recommendation, and it will be.
You don't have to.
And I'm sure the answer would be, let's discuss which.
Because we know that's too cool.
You were so right, Donna. He probably did not realize that he had to speak to you. You cannot really do that, it has to be all of us. Yeah.
Well, what we did do, just so you guys understand, if I spoke to Don, I said, we need to get this thing. We discussed. And so what they did is we sent them the whole material.
What we did before the March meeting was send that, and they're in the Google Drive, the stipulations, from 2018, basically, it was slightly modified. And then they redlined that one before our meeting, and that was there. And then they further.
You mistook that as discussion, when it was actually guidance to get it.
Right.
Digested place.
And that's something that's also just to know before where we're at. And then they came back again with a new red line version, which is now in Google Drive also. You put old stuff and stuff and new stuff in there if anybody wants to read it tonight. And you still have the original application as well. So
This is the biggest issue then, closing tonight and.
I just want to say one thing about this for me personally is their whole operation, they were coming to us with this application as an on-premise, we have the distillery. It's really exciting to me the way you're operating now. All New York spirits, let's put out all New York. Yes. That makes it interesting. That makes it like, wow, this is in the public interest. I would open me up maybe 2 o'clock in the morning on Friday and Saturday for something like that. But this to me is like they want to throw out the part that to me, like suit the public interest. But it's not focused on New York State. I don't believe there's nothing in their food menu says, I'm getting it from Joe Schmo, up in New York State, who's raising this cattle.
Yes.
So this.
Yes.
One farm is mentioned. They provide a guide it. Part of their real method of operation is central to the core of their philosophy. That would have been in there. And I didn't want to say anything like that because then also will see that that's not essential to their mission. And so what bothers me with this is that they're taking everything that's special about it and not making that focus, but they're making the focus is who knows what other than they're another venue. For the non-profit stuff, right, that they didn't do, and we've got other farmers and restaurants around there, so, yeah, I mean, they're not changing their method of operation, but they are, because they're taking away. And they're not a restaurant, I mean, there's nothing special about the restaurant, there's nothing else to focus on other than the distillery, and.
They're also not.
Still.
Not. They can say they're everything to me, but also. Different of their impacts on their impact. We very significant. That's more vital.
Well, that's the biggest one.
And that was one of the things that we were basically railroad on in our objections to the law was that issue. And here it is. This is precisely what is happening, which is the issue right there. And, when we work on it, it's not a small move it out, see what happens with that. But, I'm just wondering, everybody is in possession of we are on midnight, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was just gonna say, if there's any room for discussion, it might be for the 12 events here that are something. But it's not the fun.
For the 12 events a year?
Or-
Because all the events, the 12 events, I could see a name. Right, I could see.
Because that's some real money, right, on a wedding or whatever we see. But outside of that, and even that would be impactful, but this is my sympathy to accommodating such a large build out, they're gonna do a full. That's what I hear. But it's just.
They have labor hours in all events, but if they want more events.
No, just everything else, and we, Donna and I can look through what the board voted on. Using that as a basis. And we can work in a little accommodation for some of the things that we've heard. We can distribute it back to everybody to look at.
And what about the hours?
And then, but I mean, 12 is a lot of events that are sold to, I'm just, that is just a number of.
Well, wait, to that, we want to say that they have to go on with the Friday or Saturday. I don't know if anybody care about it.
I don't,
You don't know.
My larger point is that this is the quality of life.
Yeah.
Brands. And 12 is a significant number. I think that's a pretty significant combination. And we should write that. This to nobody's trying to allow them to have. Right. What the edge is, they'll be back out. Now, I wonder if this is one space, isn't it? Well, they can't, but they're close to 12. I mean, they can.
Close to the fall, the sun will be better.
Well,
I mean, isn't that?
Yeah.
Because we're talking about an access compliant. Okay, but let's back up for a second. If we're actually using some good stuff.
Yeah.
Clarification. So I was just saying, later. But and these are significant revenue for this type of investment. And that's. So that was just a combination, but outside of those 12 things. Are they? What?
Why do you think the Constitution said that? Yeah.
We're talking about events that in by midnight world. So this is just a format.
I would say
That's it.
that is a, anytime they're proposing the space.
The whole race or any, I would say more than 2 spaces.
Well, but yes, that's what he's saying, you're saying.
Oh, I know.
Three is.
That's what Charlie's organization, I think that I'm not concerned about.
I don't hear
those
that's
guys.
right. That will close at 12.
It's
That's not what we consider.
People coming to that.
That's right, it's
So-
closing, and it might have a crossover between 2. Okay, but if it's more than 2 spaces.
One event taking up more than 2 spaces.
Yeah.
Not 2 separate events.
But they didn't say that, so.
Well, that's what we're,
I don't
know, but that's.
Maybe
Is there a limit on that number?
Okay, so let's back up. Eventually we'll closing 2, more than 2 spaces or 2 or more.
Yeah, 2 or more.
2. Does the number 4 matter or?
Well, I'd say 2 or less.
I say 2. An event is closing 2 or more spaces. For one event, for one event. Right? And that, limit that is 12.
Yeah.
And those,
On top of the other.
no, it's 12 to 2 AM. 2 AM, that's 12 times a year, 2 AM. 2 or more, so 12 a year. And then,
For events closing in the fall, then.
what makes it a event, how we define it as an event?
No, but they can
No,
have.
I would say anything, I would say anything in one room, doesn't count in front.
You can't, that breaks the law. Anybody that has a bathroom space, regular.
But that's what I'm saying.
I'm saying there's at least-
But that's what I'm saying, I'm saying that
at least
one,
you can hold them.
right, well, it's the one room, I don't care what.
Oh, yeah, but I'm just saying if they do the 2 rooms, you know, they close as well. You know, right, if they do,
No.
one room at a time. Or even if they do need. Yeah, I hear. Yeah, and what I hear, they do is, if they do, no, we're not, I'm just saying, if they can have other bigger ones, bigger events.
No, I'm not.
And they close at 12. I would say it because they're not wrong. We talk about all the parties, whatever. They go to midnight. Because, yeah, sorry. It has to be a number reasonable, because that's the way it stays. If you go to any of the places that we hear, there are 2 spaces, they regularly have one for that's used on many nights.
Yeah, it's a kind of space, yeah, everybody's not like that, however they want.
Right, but they're also gonna have like, calling part of it, as what I mentioned. Oh,
Right, well, they're gonna have, we'll have to have, like, I can imagine then, right, where the dining room, the main, like, they go around the wedding department, but you know, you have the pre-reception, the cocktail hour, and then we'll be done, and that sort of thing. And are we saying that they only have 12 of those, and they go to 2?
Well, why don't we just say 40, then 40 plus 12, so 40 the development. By a year, 12, 2, I still.
And you're
fair number, but we're reducing.
That sounds good, but we aren't going to in that space. How are you gonna, how we not sure.
Well, they have.
Oh, well, I mean, that's, how do we enforce that?
That's
We have to get some, we have to.
But I'm just trying to, because I take to heart their point that they have a significant investment, and I know nobody's trying to curtail these couple of investments. But the thing is, nobody wants that just because it's all so late on an organized basis.
We're trying to put some parameters in us. Okay, so what I'm hearing is we're going to define as 2 or more spaces open, but no matter what the spaces are, 2 or more spaces. And we will give them 12 of them that can close to 2 AM, and we will give them 40 of them that can.
And then we can work on the other situations. I think,
Like the DJs and everything.
Yeah. But that still gives them that 50,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then in terms of the public outlets.
I mean, but close to midnight, aside from those 12.
But there's not, I am not in favor of the 2 AM starting on.
We're not qualified for the 2 AM start because there's only 12. Only 12 months.
Yeah, because I don't think it's.
I mean, actually, in one way, if there's 2 ways to look at it. If they're open to 2 on a Monday night, people around here that might get quieter night now they're bottom.
Yeah.
The other hand, on the other hand, you don't have 200 people or something. On the busier nights of the other states, it's down there, so it's not even worse, so it's.
You don't read it back to me if you don't.
So my understanding is that we are, and then so the next conversation would be, are we denying this and offering them a path? Is that what this is?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me write that down, because this is part of it.
What's the denial?
Saying.
Or voting to deny with the recommendations, but if they accept the recommendation.
But it's still called. Right, okay, so what it is that we will give them, that define as 2 or more rooms not open to the public. And we will give them 12 events a year that at 2 AM and 40 events per year that at midnight, and their closing hours at all times, aside from those 12 events.
And of course, because, you know, this is the whole point of the application, they can now serve.
And what has to be defended in the comparing.
You know, I.
Okay, now wait, we're not, and then to finish off, we have the Juicerie, this is 9 of us for their operation application.
Yeah.
So there's stipulations, and then the shops people right there, okay. Okay, guys, thanks.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ghana.
You can tell us what we're thinking, and have to come up with this.
You're very firm on that. I'm glad that you didn't railroad you into work. I could just imagine how it would talk to the parents.
Yes.
Smart.
This German chill.
Well.
No.
We're done.
We're recording this. That's what I'm saying.
We'll get on the delegate. We're off, and the